Good day, listeners and viewers. Welcome to our broadcast of the 2024-25 Appropriation Bill. In fact, it's the debate today, and of course, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, National Security, and Youth Empowerment and Youth Economy presented what we call the Appropriation Bill 2024-25 on Tuesday, the 23rd of April. It's a presentation that lasted about nearly three hours, and of course in it was quite a bit. So, we do not have much time. The speaker has just entered, and so we will take you straight over to the proceedings and over to the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Honorable Claudius Francis.
Let's pray. Member for Dennery North.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign, and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together, in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, members, and I do apologize for the delayed start. Although I understand it afforded the member for Castries Southeast the opportunity to sample Parliament's latest edition. As for another sitting. Members, I have received correspondence from the Leader of the Opposition and member from Miku South that he will be unable to join us for the entirety of the debate. I've also received notice from the member for Castries East that due to other impending national duties, he will join us a little later. And let me remind members in the gallery to please put your phones on silent. Members, when we suspended on the night of Tuesday, I was about to put the question that the Appropriation 2024-2025 bill be read a second time. The member for Castries Southeast, clearly that addition did you well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to thank God for this blessed morning. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, as well for what's on the menu this morning, this wonderful spinach smoothie that has added some good feeling to my soul and my well-being this morning. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill as presented by the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Youth Economic Justice and National Security, the Appropriation Bill 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just a few seconds to send my condolences to a cousin of mine, Rosella George, and her children. Well, her children who Rosella George passed in the last sitting of Parliament. I did ask for her well-being and hoping that should have gotten well, but I'm here today in this Parliament and another Parliament where I now need to plan for celebrating her life on Sunday, as well as to send condolences to the family and friends of Brother Morris from Wavin Kwaso. Sadly, I will not be able to attend his funeral on the same day because I will be at the Maranatha SDA Church with my family and to speak at this important celebration of Rosella George. Mr. Speaker, on the more substantive contribution this morning, I am indeed delighted to be the opening batsman or the lead sprinter for 2024-2025 budget debate, as it allows me to appeal to fellow St. Lucians directly and ask that they become the biggest and best advocates for themselves. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister responsible for the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment, I stand before you and my colleagues in this august house with utmost dignity, humility and zeal to highlight my ministry's activities as contained in the Appropriations Bill 2024-2025, centered around our commitment to fostering a caring, productive and responsible society. I am reminded of this great responsibility handed to us as we begin this critical conversation to make sure that every dollar allotted to us is used efficiently and fairly to improve the lives of all citizens, especially those who are marginalized or disadvantaged. This budget demonstrates our steadfast commitment to meeting citizen needs, fostering economic expansion, and guaranteeing prudent resource management. The budget address and subsequent contribution and debates are not just matters for the wealthy and well-off. They are crucial for every single one of us, particularly the most vulnerable. This is your chance to understand the direction our country is taking in vital areas such as social protection, healthcare, education, and housing, sports development. You must listen intently and learn for yourselves how these policies and programs will directly impact your lives. It is through this knowledge that you can access the numerous benefits and opportunities that the government offers. These opportunities range from new social interventions, assistance program in the Ministry of Equity, to scholarships for education, support programs in healthcare, housing assistance, sporting initiatives, micro-enterprise support. Mr. Speaker, there are many goodies in the presentation of this budget this year. There are some people, Mr. Speaker, who would not want you to listen or would not want ordinary St. Lucians to pay attention to the budget presentations. That is because they don't want St. Lucians to do well. Mr. Speaker, I am familiar with this selfish attitude. Many years ago at school, there were some students when I was at school in Jamaica on weekends, when you ask them, are we doing work for this weekend? They tell you no. They say to you, I didn't come here to kill myself. I am not going to get mad over books. But when they get into their rooms, they are the ones studying harder than anybody else and will ace the exam, and they would make you believe that they're not studying. Mr. Speaker, in this business of budget estimate, there are persons who would not want you to listen to the budget estimate. They would not want you to believe that there is something good. But in the silence of night, in the dark corridors, they make a case for themselves, and ordinary St. Lucians stay behind. And I'm asking St. Lucians to pay attention to the business of this country. $1.8 billion is your business, and I suspect it's the largest business for this year in the Eastern Caribbean. These people, Mr. Speaker, will tarnish the reputation of the government to you. They will tarnish the reputation of St. Lucia to investors and other international concerns. Example, the Prime Minister was correct when he chose not to sign the CIP Memorandum of Agreement. Instead, he consistently put the good reputation of St. Lucians above everything else, including the welfare of St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to share critical information on vital human social services agencies under the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment. These agencies, Mr. Speaker, include the Boys Training Center, New Beginning Transit Home, the Division of Human and Social Services and Family Affairs. I shall also highlight the achievements and plans for the other social agencies under my purview, to include the St. Lucia Social Development Fund, Upton Girls Center, and the James Belgrave Fund. The Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment embraces a philosophy of fairness, empowerment, and inclusion despite color, race, religious affiliation, or sexual orientation. This philosophy is demonstrated in our mission, which seeks to promote, support, and facilitate the participation, development, and organization of our people in utilizing their resources to effect self-directed change towards the economic, social, cultural, political, and spiritual advancement for themselves, their family, their communities, and by extension, St. Lucia. While we closely examine the delivery of services by fostering a society of caring, responsibility, and productivity, we are mindful that these core values aligned with our mandate of inclusivity and fairness. The ministry carries its mandates through the following: advocacy and awareness, collaboration, partnership and capacity building, legal framework, and program implementation. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment continues to raise awareness on child maltreatment, community development and empowerment, youth vulnerabilities and disabilities through workshops, sensitization exercises, and campaigns. The ministry's collaborative links continue at micro, meso, and macro levels. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we collaborate with NGOs, civil society groups, and international organizations. Through continuous community development and family support efforts, the Ministry of Equity offers the necessary support to both clients and staff in areas of capacity building initiatives and partnership and collaboration. These activities are done locally, regionally, and internationally. Regarding a legal framework, the ministry ensures that the relevant legislation is placed to uphold and guide the administration on social justice and safeguard the rights of individuals, families, and communities deemed vulnerable and marginalized. There is a deliberate action to prevent and reduce stigma, discrimination, and unfair treatment, especially among vulnerable people. Mr. Speaker, these are examples of a few NGO acts. The status of the Child's Bill or the Children's Bill, the United Nations Convention Rights of Children, and the Domestic Violence Bill. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that the budget for the Ministry of Equity, yes, was reduced by $17,545,400 because a project had come to completion. But Mr. Speaker, as well as the National Conservation Authority was replaced in the Ministry of Tourism, rightfully so. But Mr. Speaker, when we speak of the investment in social safety nets, While this was reduced, the Prime Minister increased the allocation for pensioners, which is part of the mandate of the Ministry of Equity. The Prime Minister provided support for each private early childhood center. So when the Prime Minister reduced, or a project has come to an end and has reduced the amount from 70 million to 50-something million, on the other hand, the Prime Minister has invested significantly in the same mandate of Ministry of Equity by increasing the allocation to pensioners, moving it from $300, those who get $300, to $700, as well as $500. So the investment in the social sector in this budget is significant and continues to grow. Mr. Speaker, I remain committed to sharing with you, based on the guided theme, fostering a caring, responsible and productive society. I bring to your attention the individuals behind these figures as we examine the challenges of making allocation as equitable as possible. The individuals behind these allocated figures are the marginalized communities, vulnerable children, and the people who are coping with poverty, violence, or discrimination. Mr. Speaker, I can attest that every parliamentarian in this chamber knows these individuals who are struggling because they come to us. And if you happen to visit their home, Mr. Speaker, or visit them when they're in their locality, you would know them even better. This budget presentation speaks to a deliberate effort to invest in social mobility, address systemic injustices, and create avenues for empowerment for historically excluded or disregarded, which should be our top priority. I implore our citizens, therefore, to engage in this budget discussion with practicality, empathy, and compassion. In so doing, we shall be mindful to use best practices, stakeholders' involvement, evidence-based practice, and solutions to inform our decisions and guide our policies. Let me share with you some of our achievements guided by the theme of a society of caring, productivity, and responsibility. A caring society. We prioritize developing a society that pays keen attention to the most vulnerable among us. In so doing, we have made significant financial contribution to the social protective initiatives. These include, but are not limited to, strengthen social safety nets to combat poverty and inequality, such as housing, food assistance, and cash transfers. Mr. Speaker, again, let me repeat, this government has strengthened safety nets to combat poverty and inequality, and that includes strengthening our housing program, food assistance, and cash transfer programs. Mr. Speaker, permit me to share programs under the SSDF that speak to a caring ministry. Educational assistance. This program seeks to provide students from socioeconomically deprived and vulnerable households with support required to take advantage of opportunity to attain a sound education, academic or technical vocational. The government is aware that while education has been recommended as a panacea for poverty, poor households can't afford to cover the cost of some of the essential requirements that would better position their children to take advantage of educational opportunities. Mr. Speaker, just by way of example, there are times that we provide the school books, we provide food, we provide uniform, we pay tuition, but transportation cost prevents a child from accessing education. With this in mind, the government allocated unprecedented amount of $3.1 million towards educational assistance in 2023-2024 to provide educational assistance to socioeconomically deprived and vulnerable households. One of the approaches featured prospective beneficiaries applying for assistance through a support service unit and the others through various constituency offices. To have access to support through the support service unit, applicants must have participated in a proximins test 3.0 and attain a qualifying score to receive assistance. A total of 1,146 households, which is approximately multiplied by 3.2, almost 3,500 students receive assistance from the support services unit during 2023-2024. With approximately 70% of the households being beneficiaries of persons on public assistance. The health and other social implications is that of poor housing conditions as well as are well documented and are a reality for a significant number of poor St. Lucians. These people are living in deplorable conditions. And of course, Mr. Speaker, anyone who has done an analysis or a poverty assessment or a survey of household living condition, one of the strong indicators of poverty is the condition of persons' homes. And if you visit them at their homes, you would see the number of persons who have a small basin, a little bucket here and there, catching water to prevent their homes from being flooded. The government of St. Lucia is committed to improving the living conditions of people experiencing poverty, and the SSDF Housing Assistance Program is one of the initiatives that reflects government commitment to addressing the housing challenges on this island. Mr. Speaker, it is the first time, Mr. Speaker, that government did not just make allocation and leave it at the whims and fancies for parliamentarians or politicians to assist individuals. But there was a program, a social housing program led by the minister responsible for housing in St. Lucia, where persons received assistance to improve their housing conditions. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Social Development Fund received $1,395,000 in their housing assistance program last year, and this will continue this year. The program beneficiaries came throughout the island, approximately 65% of the beneficiaries being single mothers. The assistance offered through this program included rental, renovation, expansion support, utility, and the construction of new dwelling structures. Mr. Speaker, some people take lightly or do not understand what it means when you assist somebody's home. Mr. Speaker, there are times when you visit or when you hear the story of a young lady has left home underage and you visit the housing condition, you tend to put a relationship with children living homes and their housing conditions. When you improve, when the home condition is better, children are prepared to stay home. Of course, when the housing conditions are not good, and other persons can whisper in their ears, I can take you somewhere else better, children are tempted to leave home because of the housing conditions doesn't allow for children to stay home. When this government invests in improving households, we invest in actually allowing children to stay at home. And that includes their protection, that reduces their vulnerability. So housing assistance goes a long way in mitigating the effects of poverty on homes and all of the ills that's associated with vulnerability. Hope Sponsorship Program. This program represents a multifaceted approach towards addressing the complex challenges of poverty and deprivation, incorporating diverse interventions. Among its key components are social safety net initiatives designed to provide immediate relief to vulnerable individuals and households facing economic hardship. Additionally, livelihood programs are implemented to empower beneficiaries with skills and resources needed to generate sustainable income and improve their overall well-being. Complementing these efforts are community support initiatives to foster a sense of belonging and collective resilience among marginalized communities. Moreover, the program strongly emphasizes capacity building for community-based organization and non-government organization to enhance their ability to deliver effective services and support to those in need. During the financial year 2023-2024, $1.3 million was expended on sponsorship. The sponsorship resources were used to assist clients in the areas of burial assistance, creative community engagement, small business initiatives, employment, medical, housing, social, domestic assistance, small infrastructure projects, and micro-enterprise support. Mr. Speaker, these areas of investment has impacted communities and individuals And of course, when we speak of a reduction in our unemployment in our youth, is as a result of the number of initiatives that actually is being brought together in responding to vulnerabilities in our community, on our island. So of course, yes, hope contributed to unemployment. And now we're seeing a reduction in the statistics as it relates to our unemployed youth. Constituency development program, social allocation. In a proactive move, the government of St. Lucia is committed to allocating a portion of the constituency development program to allow interventions to bolster support for the most vulnerable, enhance community level capacity, and promote sustainable livelihoods initiatives. This allocation strategy ensures that funds are distributed constituency specific, allowing for targeted assistance tailored to each community unique needs. Residents seeking support for assistance through the CDP social allocation can now submit their application directly through designated constituency offices. This streamlined process facilitates access to vital resources and fosters a sense of local ownership and engagement in addressing socioeconomic challenges across St. Lucia's diverse communities. Again, the thinking of the Prime Minister to allow CDP not just and only to see about small infrastructure, but allow the CDP program to support social interventions. Housing assistance allocation. Again, to address the pressing need for housing assistance among its citizens, the government of St. Lucia has taken proactive steps by allocating housing resources to each constituency. This initiative relieves individuals and families needing small-scale housing support to ensure no one is left behind in essential shelters. Mr. Speaker, by decentralizing housing allocation process and distributing resources to constituencies across the country, the government seeks to address localized housing challenges effectively. This strategic approach allows for targeted assistance that caters to each community-specific needs and priorities, fostering a more equitable and inclusive approach to housing provision. Under this housing allocation scheme, constituents facing housing difficulties can now avail themselves of support through their constituency offices. By leveraging these local channels, the government aims to streamline the process of accessing housing assistance, ensuring that support reaches those who need it most in a timely and efficient manner. Furthermore, the Housing Allocation Initiative underscores the government's commitment to promoting social welfare and fostering community development across St. Lucia. By prioritizing housing relief at the grassroots levels, the government aims to enhance the quality of life for its citizens while promoting stability and resilience within local communities. 138 individuals, 89 females, 49 males benefited from this initiative. And Mr. Speaker, just let me add, this year, the government initiative of providing $20 million to the development bank to allow for persons to have 100% mortgage. I think this will only help improve and allow for persons who need the social housing program a lot better, and then we will be able to target even more effectively. So persons who really need their mortgages, who can provide housing for a mortgage, would allow to take on this approach, whereas the social low-level housing assistance can be directed even more by persons who need it, and I appreciate this. Mr. Speaker, just one thing our ministry will continue to do is to continue to collaborate with the development bank, because very often banks know individuals by the balance sheet. Bank would know you by what you can pay and what you cannot pay, but our ministry know individuals by their vulnerabilities. We know them by how sick they are. We know them by the deprivation, what they're lacking. We know them through their struggles, and therefore we would like a development bank that has a social conscience as it administers this loan for persons who need housing assistance, and do not go purely as a bank and just look at persons' balance sheet. Work with them closely to allow for persons to be successful in having a home. The Basic Need Trust Fund, Mr. Speaker. BNTF project seeks to reduce poverty and vulnerability through enhanced access to basic and economic infrastructure, and human resource services consistent with our country poverty reduction strategy. The BNTF 10 program in its 10th cycle project focuses on 4 core areas: education, human resource development, water and sanitation, and community access and drainage. Mr. Speaker, we have implemented a few projects and there are some that are ongoing. Rehabilitation of the Viewford Comprehensive School Food and Nutrition Lab. This is 20% complete and it's ongoing. The contractors commenced work in November 2023 and this is expected to be completed by June 30th, 2024. The after-school music program in Choiseul, allocated at a cost of $233,000. The MOU was signed with the Choiseul Music Committee on the 21st of July 2023 at the Reunion Primary School. The member for Choiseul, Jacques, was present, I recall. Saltibus was present. Training component for executive members and Choiseul Music Committee completed in November 2023. Rehabilitation of pre-K classroom at Babono Combined. A contract was signed in July 2023. Rehabilitation of pre-K classroom at the Bishop Gassi Primary School commenced in August 2023. Rehabilitation of pre-K classroom at Lakwamengo will commence in August 2023. Entrepot Daycare Center, including supply of furniture equipment, commenced on August 2026. Rehabilitation of a block in Soufre Primary School will commence in July 2023 and was completed in February 2024. Construction to commence on the Bele Early Childhood Center later this month. Yes. Let me repeat and correct myself. Construction to commence the Bele Early Childhood Center and the Labei Early Childhood Center will commence later this month. Yeah, they waited so long for this. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when the Prime Minister was announcing this, Mr. Speaker, it's strange on a small island how you could find yourself back from where you started. When we relocated people from Techimebele, I was working at the Ministry of Planning and I had the opportunity to make promises under the Prime Ministership of Sir John at the time that we build Rosedam, relocate people from Techimebele to create the new Bele area, and we decided to start a preschool that was never completed. And I'm here as PAL rep of the same community today and to see that the community center, the reinforcement, the steel exposing in the concrete blocks are still present today. And of course, while I worked at SSDF, we worked tirelessly. I was not successful in rehabilitating the Labei Early Childhood Center, and I'm happy that it's happening. Mr. Speaker, this is not through any difficult or heavy-handedness on my approach. It is the goodness of the Lord that allowed these things to happen. Human resource development under the program of BNTF, Green Opportunity for Life Development, NSDC training in preparation for this project. This commenced in March 2024. This project is approximately $679,000. Adds business strengthening capacity for economic viability in the creative industry, training in this area of marketing for creative, financial management, and productive development started in October 2023, with expected completion date in September 2024. Adscape, the consultant, submitted the final design and estimate with stakeholders' approval. Bids were submitted on February 8, 2024. Tenders committee reviewed the bid evaluation report before a contract is awarded. The music studio phase 3, the SSDF in collaboration with CDF, they have finalized a TOR and are procuring a consultant to install the music equipment in a studio. The TOR was issued to a prospective consultant who submitted an expression of interest on February 16, 2024. Basic community access drainage. Mr. Speaker, construction of a road and drain in Goodland West. Goodland West. The contractor commenced construction work on October 30th, 2023. Castries South, yes, in Goodlands West. Yes. This includes the installation of a 4-inch main, water main costing approximately $152,000, undertaken by Wasco. The The sub-project is to be completed later this month. Mr. Speaker, the construction of a road at Crownlands, Bexor. The work is 100% completed with additional work, driveway and box drain completed in December 2023. Sanitation and water, the installation of a water tank at Victoria Strozel. That sub-project is 100% complete. Wasco now has to complete the fencing for the tank area, which is their contribution to the sub-project. Mr. Speaker, let me move on to home care. The home care program has been embraced nationally as one of the most beneficial social interventions of the government of St. Lucia because of the comprehensive nature of the care provided to older adults and individuals with functional limitation and chronic health conditions in the comfort of their homes. The program features a person-centered integrated care approach with primary health care as its central tenet. 863 clients who reside in communities throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia benefit from the services offered through the team of 575 employees, which comprises of a program coordinator, an administrative secretary, zonal supervisors, constituency supervisors, assistant constituency supervisors, and caregivers. Mr. Speaker, again, I speak to 863 persons receive support and 575 persons employed to ensure that we provide care to senior adults. Mr. Speaker, on this point, I wish to again implore St. Lucians to take care of mommy and daddy in their old age if you can, and not to just rely, because we cannot provide care to everybody in St. Lucia. You cannot abandon your responsibility. Our culture of caring for our parents still must be encouraged and be intact. So I am encouraging persons who can do better, they should do better. Mr. Speaker, I'm also encouraging faith-based organization on weekends. If government is providing support during the week, I'm encouraging faith-based organization, the church, support the government and provide support to them during weekends because you know they cannot come to church. Now persons are tempted to ask for additional support on weekends. That is costly to government and we will not be able to do so. And if there are situations where it is very critical, it is not something that can be sustained because of the cost. We are doing this over $10 million a year. It is costly, but this Prime Minister is happy to provide support to our senior persons. The decision was also taken 2023 to utilize the prior learning assessment approach and classroom training to certify the caregivers. The program's management team has worked with St. Lucia's Technical Vocational Council to assess 273 caregivers using a prior learning assessment approach. One of the initiatives conceptualized for graduating households from public assistance is the Kudmesetlisi program. Mr. Speaker, this program in terms of innovation started off in Chile, which is called the Bridge Program in Chile. It was to link persons who are vulnerable and poor to assets, to link them with opportunities to change their livelihoods. And that technology was transferred in 3 islands in the Caribbean, St. Lucia, Jamaica, and Trinidad, many years ago. And each island had renamed the program to suit their culture experience. So Kudmesetlisi is a Chilean model of social intervention to respond to persons in extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, we have used this program to help, and we have successful stories about the Kudmesetlisi program that's documented internationally. And of course, persons can go online and see what I think it's UNDP have to say about the Kudmesetlisi program experience in St. Lucia. This program, Mr. Speaker, if it is implemented in its pure state, can help persons who are extremely poor graduate out of the extreme poverty. Not out of total poverty, but they're able to do things for themselves. The program is a timely paradigm shift away from the silo approach to poverty reduction by embracing multi-sectorial approach. It will focus on empowering families, escaping poverty and deprivation by facilitating access to income, employment, housing, health, education, family counseling, and network that fortify family assets. Mr. Speaker, the project team for the execution of this program cycle has been employed and is presently working on the beneficiary selection. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the program is important for the well-being of anyone who is extremely poor, with a view of helping them graduate out of extreme poverty. Persons with disabilities. This new activity is pivotal to the scheme of caring. On June 11, 2020, St. Lucia ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, making a legal commitment to implement a treaty's provision at a national level to advance the rights of persons with disabilities here in St. Lucia. This action indicates that as a country, we are interested in the welfare of persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, at my last budget presentation, I mentioned the need to focus on or give more attention to persons with disabilities in St. Lucia. I desire to know about the situation of persons with disabilities and their needs. Today, I am pleased to inform you that the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment engaged a consultant who is preparing a final report which will be submitted to the desk of a minister responsible for disability. And this report will include a situational analysis and assessment of persons with disabilities in St. Lucia, an assessment report integrating the age, gender, and diversity perspective. These are critical findings derived from the stakeholders' consultation. A roadmap on a 5-year action plan, on necessary legislative policy reform to protect and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. The minister responsible for disability, I said it's a 5-year action plan. Mr. Speaker, I now share that activities that align with the productive society. Mr. Speaker, productive society is one where people live fulfilling lives, actively contribute to the progress and welfare of the community. Individuals will enjoy a productive society when placed in positions of independence. Some of the identified areas include graduation of PAP, when I say PAP, I mean the Public Assistance Program, and job placement initiative. Mr. Speaker, in these initiatives, rest assured that individuals are exposed to economic activities which allow them to provide for themselves. All persons, ultimately, would love to live a life where they are economically independent. Graduation of persons on public assistance, Mr. Speaker, is an imperative. We must graduate persons on public assistance. Mr. Speaker, the graduation of persons in public assistance is ongoing. This commenced with training sessions conducted for officers and adopting what we call the PAP KSL, or the Public Assistance Kudmesetlicy Operations Manual, geared at transparency and objectivity. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned during my last year's budget presentation, our waiting list of persons who are qualified for public assistance but cannot be placed on the program keeps growing. Mr. Speaker, to address the needs of our most vulnerable as a country, we must apply these interventions to social upliftment, empower and to facilitate economic inclusion of our most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that once again the Prime Minister of Finance have recognized the importance of people empowerment. The Prime Minister understands the need to facilitate empowerment and not enable dependence on social support. The Kudmesetlicy program and the graduation strategy featured in the 2024-25 budget presentation will support persons on public assistance. This graduation strategy represents a viable way for the government of St. Lucia to participate in a graduation programming. The strategy aims with a select public assistance program cash transfer grant beneficiaries to empower persons not to enable any means of dependency posture. Individuals will go through a scientific assessment using SLNet 3.0. Yes, Minister? So we cannot arbitrarily place persons on public assistance. And there are times that individuals, parliamentarians, believe or they would recognize someone they deem vulnerable and should be on public assistance, but it cannot be done arbitrarily. The person must go through the national proceedings test. Let me break it down a little. Individuals from welfare group 1 with a score of 68 and below will be referred to as indigent poor. They will be eligible for welfare support and they will remain on the program. Individuals with a score between 68 to 69, referred to as poor, will be on track for exiting the public assistance program. And those with score more than equal or more than 79 or who are considered non-poor will be placed in 2 clusters. Cluster 1, these individuals will be offered a short-term based on their needs, while individuals in cluster 2 will be given notice to exit the program. Mr. Speaker, there's some people that cannot graduate from a school if you're not in the school. And then some persons who are on public assistance cannot be on public assistance because they are not poor. Because public assistance are for poor persons. And if you are not poor, how do we graduate you? Yeah, so we have assessed almost 3,500 persons who are receiving public assistance, and we have assessed almost 700 persons who are non-poor. They are not poor, they ought not to be receiving. And if you have over 600 persons who ought not to be receiving that, they are not poor, and then you have 1,500 persons who are qualified to be on, but you have not space to put them on, you have a dilemma. So the growing list for persons who should be on receiving a public assistance are growing, yet we have persons who are not poor but receiving. And that is why we have said that if you cannot graduate, you need to be off the program to allow persons who are qualified to be on the program. Mr. Speaker, once again, we remain committed to this method. We can monitor the list of persons on public assistance while empowering those who have the capacity and capability to do so. Mr. Speaker, we continue to examine pillars under the productive society. The St. Lucia Social Development Fund, the Hope Job Placement Program, is key in this regard. And I'm coming closely to an end. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? 19. Thank you so much. Through collaborative efforts spanning public and private sectors, the Hope Job Placement Program was initiated to directly respond to the persistent challenge of high unemployment rates in St. Lucia by providing tailored support and pathways to secure stable employment opportunities. The program aims to address not only job seekers, pathways to secure stable employment opportunities. The program aims to address not only job seekers' immediate needs, but also the country's broader socioeconomic challenges. Through strategic partnerships forged with businesses, government agencies, and other stakeholders, the HOPE initiative endeavors to broaden job accessibility, foster socioeconomic advancement across St. Lucia. 90 participants experienced placement in sectors like hospitality, service skills training, security, culinary arts, and agriculture. By catering to beneficiaries' diverse needs and interests, the Hope Job Placement Program plays a pivotal role in driving inclusive growth, enhancing workforce participation, and ultimately contributing to the overall prosperity and resilience of St. Lucia's economy. This overwhelmingly positive outcome underscores the program's impact in empowering individuals and fostering long-term employment opportunities, making a significant milestone in the journey towards socioeconomic advancement for participants and the wider community. Mr. Speaker, the final pillar of my presentation, identify activities, denote a ministry's that promotes a responsible society. The Income Support Program. Mr. Speaker, another noteworthy intervention in the safety nets for vulnerable population affected by the coronavirus, COVID-19. The project's primary objective is to provide relief to vulnerable households, individuals affected by the prolonged impact of COVID-19 and support a minimum quality of life. Meeting the basic needs of vulnerable households is consistent with the national development policy of government. It is also in sync with the mandate of the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment. Approximately 70% of the components of this project are completed. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that close to 3,000 persons who did not previously benefit from other income support initiatives have collected their one-time $1,500. Additionally, the project holds firm to the mission of the ministry supporting equality and non-discrimination, endeavoring to ensure that no one is left behind while acknowledging social protection as a human right. After-school program. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to tackle the social plagues that hinder youth development and to create an environment that fosters positive youth development and growth, the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment recommissioned the Community After-School Program in September 2023. Mr. Speaker, several factors are considered when selecting a child for participation in the program, including unsupervised during after-school hours, member of an impoverished household, academic performance, and other child abuse. All these behavioral issues are considered when placing a child in the after-school program. Mr. Speaker, when children are left unsupervised, they can be taken advantage of. Other individuals who will want to groom them for participation in illegal activities, they have the time. We have 420 participants, and they will learn life skills which will positively impact their lives.
Member,
Yes.
I noticed you have a certain smooth energy this morning. And I also noticed midway in your presentation that broad smile on your face.
Yes.
And I realized it could not be me, so I looked to my right and I understood. But you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in recognizing the presence of my daughter and wife who are in the chambers there this morning. Yes, thank you. Yes, we are convinced that they will be well-rounded, confident, and independent individuals who are best equipped to escape poverty, contribute to the upliftment of their families, and make an impactful contribution to society. Mr. Speaker, the after-school program is a program that is extremely close to my heart. When you visit families, households in need of housing assistance, in need of health assistance, but there's also a child 12 years old who's unable to go to school because there's no transportation to send a child to school. And there are 5 children. And the 12-year-old is the eldest. Mr. Speaker, the after-school program is a program needed to tackle these households and provide relief in a way that other interventions doesn't allow. And when at first hand I could encounter such families, I promote the after-school program, and I'm happy that the Prime Minister is making almost $1 million available for the after-school program. This will help children across the length and breadth of the culture instead of allowing them to fall through the crack. Mr. Speaker, some of the location for centers of the after-school program this year was Denier Riviere, Moshi, Babono, Boapatat, Cicero, Odsa, Ancillary Canneries, Soufre Town, Reunion, Choiseul, Auger, Vieux-Fort Town, Bellevue, Vieux-Fort North, Blanchard. Mr. Speaker, and notice that I can repeat the communities where you can get after-school program shelters. Denier Riviere, Moshi, Babono, Boapatat.
Where's Boapatat?
Boapatat. Cicero. Odsa, Ancillary Canneries, Soufre Town, Reunion, Choiseul, Auger, Vieux-Fort, Bellevue, Vieux-Fort North, and Blanchard. Across the island. No one left behind. No one left behind. You do not recognize the place. Mr. Speaker, we continue our discussion on children. We continue to offer psychosocial support and educational support to the children in foster care. Mr. Speaker, as we prepare for the observance of World Children's Day, November 2024, I beg my colleagues and the rest of St. Lucia to join me in solidarity against child maltreatment and to recommit to zero tolerance for child abuse and maltreatment and promoting a general welfare of our children. Mr. Speaker, we continue to carry the banner of a responsible ministry and by extension, a responsible government through critical activities under the James Belgrave Micro Enterprise Development Fund. This body seeks to reduce unemployment and promote the growth of micro-enterprise businesses They offer affordable business loans to unemployed, self-employed, and underemployed. Loans are payable up to 4 years. A maximum of $33,000 is available. And the overall, this entity endeavors to help improve the economic and social well-being of vulnerable persons holistically. Belfund intends to offer loans at 10.5% per annum. Mr. Speaker, we have made changes in what is required. Before you needed 3 guarantors, now you need only 1. In collaboration with the St. Lucia Social Development Fund, Belfund offered 17 women loans on the Vulnerable Women's Program, and I'm pleased with this program because it is a successful program. The Human Capital Resilience Project. Implementation of the Human Capital Resilience Project 2020 ongoing, which aims to further strengthen our social protection system through increased coverage of National Public Assistance Program, updating the policy and strategy document to mainstream adaptive social protection response. A National Social Protection Policy and Action Plan 2020-2030 approved by Cabinet May 2023. A strategy for graduation from social assistance program that was approved by Cabinet in May 2023. The Ministry of Equity approved the Operations Manual for PAP KSL, or Public Assistance Kudmesetlis, in November 2023. And the Communication and Advocacy Strategy for Social Protection 2023-2025 was approved by the Ministry of Equity in October 2023. Way forward. New and improved youth services establishment, a juvenile rehabilitation center. Mr. Speaker, our ministry has embraced the concept of collaboration and partnership. The realization of this partnership will enhance the creation of a supportive and nurturing environment. It is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that we create the ideal environment, not just as a means to create an inclusive and just society, but one that will serve as a catalyst for young persons to realize their full potential, that empowers our youth to realize their full potential alongside positive social change regardless of their past circumstances. Mr. Speaker, we continue to share the significant initiative to address our concerns about our youth in this August House. These young men and women require care, protection, and those in conflict with the law as well. This pressing societal concern is the re-engineering of our youth services, or what we term in our budget the estimates for the establishment of a juvenile rehabilitation center. The establishment of this center underscores our commitment as a nation to adhere to the principles and international standards of juvenile justice, including the Convention on the Rights of a Child. Mr. Speaker, coupled with antisocial behavior and other societal concerns, services at the new facility will address the distinctive needs of vulnerabilities of our youth. We aim to promote positive behavior change among our youth by offering supportive, rehabilitative environment suitable for the development stage. With a new location at the former George Charles Secondary School, the new center is undoubtedly a beacon of hope and transformation. Mr. Speaker, I want all of St. Lucia to support the government in this initiative. Mr. Speaker, we also have the Offenders Reintegration Pilot Project. The SSDF has secured financial resources totaling $137,000, $392.23 through a funding partnership with Wiry Project. Mr. Speaker, this Offenders Reintegration Pilot Project aims to create an opportunity for several livelihood pathways for offenders and capacity building and physiological and psychosocial support for offenders to reintegrate into society successfully. Mr. Speaker, this project targets incarcerated youth between ages 18 to 29. The project aims to reduce crime and improve the criminal justice system by facilitating a reintegration of former inmates into society. Participants will be provided with access to a package of support services which will include employment, entrepreneurship, livelihood pathways, as well as capacity building and human capital initiatives such as career counseling, life skills and remedial education, along with physiological and psychosocial support that seeks to trigger behavioral change. Specific emphasis will also be placed on reducing risk factors, which is evident at the family and community levels. Mr. Speaker, while we make such investment in our young men in particularly, I must add that young men must take responsibility for their lives. All of the effort made by successive governments and through all agencies, it is the young men who must make ultimate decision to change their lives around and make use of this opportunity. So while we do so, I'm asking the young men under the hearing of my voice to take life seriously and make amends as we invest in them. The Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment recognizes the deficiency in support services for offenders. The pilot will provide 20 offenders with access to services and opportunities. These opportunities will also include protective factors, strengthening and safeguard and to reduce the likelihood of reoffending and further incarceration or to interfere with the criminal justice system. Specific emphasis will also be placed on reducing risk factors, which is evident at the family and community levels. The ultimate goal is to establish a practical system approach that will guide the government in successfully reintegrating offenders and can guide policymakers with the overall national social protection and transformation policy and program framework. Mr. Speaker, counseling. There will be a counseling unit on division at the Human Services and Family Affairs. With the increased social case that threatens the mental health and livelihoods of individuals, families, and communities, a counseling unit will be housed at the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment. Again, Mr. Speaker, this administration continues to advocate for the total health, including mental, social health. This unit will offer support across all agencies.
Member, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While our ministry is responsible for social intervention and empowerment, I wish to highlight the support from philanthropists and other corporate citizens. We express our profound gratitude to the government and people of Taiwan, our friends from Martinique, and other private citizens who reside abroad. Their contribution augment our existing services, and we say thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, there is a constituency stimulus program education. This program can be accessed by applying for educational assistance at the offices of the parliamentary representatives when it is announced. This program is mainly administered through the office of the parliamentary representative, and last year, or this past financial year, we assisted 4,411 households. They benefited from this program. A breakthrough of the assistance will be made available subsequently. But, Mr. Speaker, there is something that of special mention. I'm talking about a new and the first bus shelter in the community of Sarat. Mr. Speaker, this initiative represents the thinking of not just the member of this constituency, but the collective aspirations and desire of every member of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, we are allowed to be innovative. We are allowed to think and to do things differently. This bus shelter speaks to what this government will do, and there'll be examples of it in different forms. When you see what's happening in the city of Fisheries, when you look at what has happened, what will be happening to Trinity, the place is being transformed, and it allows us to dream. It allows us to think outside of the box. So this Sarat community bus shelter, and I call it a bus store, Mr. Speaker. Very soon, ancillary canneries, we are identifying a site to put one. We're going on to Buton, Adaputo, Junction. We will be on the Viewfort Main Road. Of course, we are looking to provide washrooms in critical areas. And Mr. Speaker, I'll challenge. I'm the member for Central Castries, right there by Bannon, where all the people are waiting for their buses. We need to put washrooms there as well. There are pregnant persons who need washrooms. We have this situation with diabetes. People continue to hold the blood and get even worse. And the comfort station, and this one is so unique, Mr. Speaker, and less than 4,000 square foot. Less than 4,000 square foot. We have 2 attendants working on shift system and 3 persons operating a hairdressing salon. Livelihoods for 5 persons on just 400 square foot of land is an amazing transformation of a community. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Though constraints and challenges are great, we continue to do our utmost to deliver support. The challenges of human financial constraints threaten our efforts, but we are not discouraged, Mr. Speaker. To my constituents, I thank you for your support and your commitment. I am thankful for the opportunity you afforded me to represent you and persons deemed vulnerable in St. Lucia. I am perpetually grateful. To my staff, the Permanent Secretary, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, my attaché and the staff of Equity, my staff at the Constituency Office, I say thank you and your willingness to join forces to empower and educate. I say thank you to the members of the Castries Southeast Constituency Council for working so well with me. So today we can achieve what we have achieved, and we continue to work harder for the people of Castries Southeast. For you, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his thoughtfulness and purposeful action, always looking out for the most vulnerable and keeping true to the mandate of putting people first. Honorable Prime Minister, sir, I say thank you. The Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment pledged its support to examine every effort which will promote caring, responsibility, and productivity. With your concerns about achieving a positive social change, we can rest assured of your continuous commitment and continuous service to vulnerable persons, strengthening the social protection system and meeting the SDGs, especially 1.3, which addresses poverty reduction. Finally, I invite all of us to take note of the real measure of our resources. Our authentic success should not be determined through dollars and cents or budget line items, but rather by positive impact of social change that we can make as individuals, to our families, to ourselves, to our community, leaving no one behind. As such, I invite you to join the Philip JP administration to carry this mandate of positive social change with pride, dedication, and an unwavering dedication to fairness and justice for all St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, we can do all of this by supporting our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, finally, I just need to say this one, that we've not missed not one day in Cabinet. Every week, since you have placed us there, we have been in Cabinet, and when a holiday falls, then we go on to the next day. We have represented and worked hard. Our Cabinet hours have been long, and the gains that we have made is not through any miracle, but I believe we are spiritually led. So, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the words of the Prime Minister, when I am troubled, when I'm asking for more, and he says to me, Mr. Minister, take it easy. Don't get sick, Mr. Minister. Take it easy, take it easy. It's one day at a time, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to leave the words of this song, One Day at a Time, which says that I am only human. I'm just a man, just a woman. Help me believe in what I could be and all that I am. Show me the stairway that I have to climb. Lord, for my sake, teach me to take one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus, that's all I am asking from you. Just give me the strength to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone. Certainly, we cannot bring it back. With these words, I take my seat as we continue to move and do the work for wonderful people of St. Lucia, one day at a time. Thank you very much.
Next.
Member for Tenry South.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, I want to thank the people of Dennery, Lakai, and Lime for the trust and confidence in me to represent them in this august chamber. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank my wife and my two daughters, Vicky, Susie, and Gustav, and Crystal Denise, for the continuous support, guidance, strength to allow me to serve the people of Dennery South at the highest level possible. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Appropriations Bill 2024-2025, a budget, Mr. Speaker, with no new taxes. A budget, Mr. Speaker, that has something for everyone, and that includes the youth, our pensioners, our fishers, our farmers, our elderly, and our preschoolers, Mr. Speaker. This budget leaves no St. Lucian behind. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security, and Rural Development continues to lead the charge towards enhancing food and nutrition security for the nation, and is actively pursuing targeted interventions aimed at stimulating investment in the sector. These efforts will seek to boost production, particularly through the adoption of advanced technology and renewable energy sources, foster innovation and creativity, and encourage youth participation in the sector. The global climate change phenomenon, Mr. Speaker, is rapidly impacting our food sources and supply chain networks in a negative manner. Across the world, every geographical region can relay catastrophic accounts of damage to lands, infrastructure, and crop losses. Mr. Speaker, if such issues are not addressed in a timely manner, the outlook for our future food security will become more challenging. A Food and Nutrition Security Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2025 was developed by the Ministry of Agriculture, inclusive of strategies to address those new and emerging challenges that impact food security at the national level. These challenges include increasing vulnerability to natural disasters, and that includes hurricanes and droughts, and shocks, also including pest and disease outbreaks, high input costs, farm labor shortages, and limited market access and water unavailability. Mr. Speaker, the agricultural sector is under serious threat by climate change. Last year, August, we experienced the hottest month in the year. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, that would have significant negative impacts on yield and production of crops. According to the publication entitled Towards Sustainable Food and Nutrition Security in Latin America and the Caribbean, in response to the global food crisis 2023, the successive negative impacts of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine affected Latin America and the Caribbean access to food and key inputs for regional agriculture, with poverty being an important factor. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the increase in prices for food and fertilizers, exacerbated because of the war in Ukraine, affected the regions, especially small island developing states in the Caribbean that are net food importers. Although the drop in international food, energy, and fertilizer prices in recent months has provided some relief for countries, prices are still above 2021. With this context, it is paramount that there be improved cooperation and regional integration through multilateral, multi-level, and multi-stakeholder processes. Today, Mr. Speaker, what is at stake goes beyond combating hunger and malnutrition in all its forms, addressing poverty and inequality, and promoting sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, at the CARICOM level, St. Lucia is contributing to the 25 by 25 initiative, where countries have pledged to reducing the food import bill through a reduction in imports of at least 25% by the year 2025. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, is expected to boost production of selected crops and increase output in the livestock subsector with a renewed focus on poultry, pork, and small ruminants. And I'm sure you will recall since 2018, Mr. Speaker, CARICOM established a target of reduction of our food import bill by 25% in the year 2025. Ek mouvle di sa an patwa pou tout moun kopan. En 2018, CARICOM where that exové that pays en Caraïbe là ka importé en chay manger that nous sa produit en ti pays nous. Et yo établi un percentage of 25% pour nous garder qui manière nous ka descendre à sous tous ces produits nous ka mener Saint-Lucie. L'on aller en ces supermarket là on ka wè c'est concombre là on ka wè c'est choix pomme là on ka wè c'est moulon et quand chay ces bagaille ça là nous ka trouver importer yo. Bon maka di nous non problème pour importer bagaille nous ka manger mais ça Caraïbe la quoi that nous supposé faire plus meilleur pour produire ces manger nous ka importer Saint-Lucie. Mr. Speaker, the OECS member states has launched a food and agricultural systems transformation FAST in response to CARICOM's goal to reduce food imports by 2025 by 25%, with consideration for the particular challenges of the OECS sub-region. The strategy aims to establish competitive and sustainable food and agriculture production, processing and distribution practices that will result in increased consumption of affordable, quality and nutritious food, increased food self-reliance, and increased social and economic development. As the FAST strategy acronym suggests, OECS agricultural leaders have committed to delivering on the actions urgently racing against the growing impacts of climate change and related hazards, which in recent times, Mr. Speaker, have repeatedly affected food and agriculture in the region. Since the launch of the OECS Council of Ministers of Agriculture have conducted prioritization and technical review exercises, national agricultural strategy alignments, and engagements with the private sector and international partners. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and support the arrangements with St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the implementation of the FAST strategy. St. Vincent will assist by establishing what we call a Food and Nutrition Security Center, which will play a pivotal role in coordinating the implementation efforts across member states. The Food and Nutrition Security Center will be instrumental in analyzing the private sector's status in food production, establishing a register of agricultural sector civil servants for regional expertise sharing, and ensuring regular reporting and alignment of activities towards the implementation of the FAST strategy's priority action. So, Mr. Speaker, considering the importance of the sector and the continuous role it plays in terms of ensuring that we are food secure, the OECS Commission saw the need to establish a Food and Nutrition Security Center in St. Vincent to help address the situation with regards to food and food security, including all the challenges faced in the sector. Mr. Speaker, I now will take a little time to focus on the banana industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in addition to its high vulnerability to weather shocks, the banana sector faced a multitude of challenges during 2023. There were further increases in the cost of agricultural inputs such as fertilizer, and packaging material. In the first half of 2023, in response to these rising costs, the government continued to subsidize inputs along donations from friendly governments to enhance fruit quality and production levels. Zafè fig la, industry fig la, ka ale through un shy challenges. Ça c'est différents petits bagages qui ont affecté l'industrie, et c'est pas ça pas bagay qui neuf. Ça pas bagay qui nous attend première fois. Tous les années l'année hurricane, banane et fig c'est premier bagay la ka trouvé affecté. Et vous savez l'année passée en juin, nous tenions hurricane qui a affecté 75% of banana industry. And Mr. Speaker, that in terms of estimate of damage, Mr. Speaker, it was a total of $28.6 million, Mr. Speaker. Farmer pas avant figure from depuis les fête pour venir en novembre. Mr. Speaker, the effects of the storm led to significant drops in shipments to the largest purchasers in the region. Additionally, banana output was negatively impacted by higher than normal temperatures, a rise in black sigatoka disease, and the exit of some farmers since the termination of shipments to the UK. Mr. Speaker, in December of last year, when we realized that farmers were ready for harvesting and export of the bananas following tropical storm Brett, we brought all the exporters to the Ministry of Agriculture to discuss the way forward, because we knew that we were going to experience a surplus in production, and we thought it was necessary to bring all the private exporters together to discuss the matter. Our technical team from the Banana Management Unit did offer a forecast in terms of productivity levels between December and March, Mr. Speaker. And so we were hoping that all our farmers would have been prepared, our exporters would have been prepared to deal with the surplus in terms of production of bananas and plantain. Mr. Speaker, that went well, but surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, in March, the first week of March, Mr. Speaker, I got a call from one of the exporters that we had a problem with unavailability of boxes and packaging material for bananas and plantain farmers. Mr. Speaker, I would like to provide an overview of the impact of the disruption faced by banana and plantain farmers who sell their fruits to the local independent exporters during the period March to April 2024 due to the lack of banana packaging materials in the local market. The boxes are generally and historically purchased from the locally based commodity packaging company called Winera. The main problem emanated from Winera's inability to produce or make available the required boxes during the period due to equipment breakdown and operational downtime. Winera tous les l'année ka service équipement yo ek lè yo te ka fè ça même lè l'année équipement yo qui corrugator et corrugator c'est équipement qui est comme sable pour produire ces boîtes fig là et ces boîtes banane et machine ça la trouvé quoi pas de travail et yo tenu pour order à machine sortie en China. Mr. Speaker, when I got news of that, I immediately contacted the management of Winera and I was told of the situation. But at the time, Mr. Speaker, I was informed that a new machine was on its way from China to St. Lucia. I was told by the management of Winera that the issue of boxes would have been solved by the last week of March. only to find out, Mr. Speaker, the material that was supposed to be coming from the Dominican Republic, Mr. Speaker, was not available. I immediately engaged Ms. Sunita at Export St. Lucia together with my PS and team at the ministry, and we contacted the Dominican Republic and made a request for 17,000 boxes. Mr. Speaker, the boxes were due to arrive 2 weeks after the request was made, only to find out when the boxes left the DOMREP, the ship or the vessel went to Jamaica and the boxes were left in Jamaica, and as a result did not arrive at the stipulated 2 weeks period. Mr. Speaker, I experienced some sleepless nights because the farmers kept calling and calling, because obviously with a surplus of bananas, they would definitely need to be harvesting on a weekly or fortnightly basis because their income would have been affected. I engaged the Minister of Agriculture in St. Vincent, Mr. Speaker, to see what could have been done in terms of getting boxes. We were told that the factory in St. Vincent was not in a position to provide boxes because of other requests. I made contact with an individual in Miami, Mr. Speaker, and we were able to secure 12,000 boxes. The boxes arrived in St. Lucia last week, Tuesday, and as we speak, the exporters have begun exporting bananas to the region as of last week, Tuesday. So, Mr. Speaker, the request that we made in the DOMREC at the Dominican Republic is yet to arrive in St. Lucia. That's 3 weeks now, Mr. Speaker. And so I was told that sometime tomorrow we'll be receiving a shipment of 17,000 boxes from the DOMREP. I also engaged the management of Winera yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and I was told that they begin production of boxes for plantain and bananas as of Monday of this week. And so we have in stock banana boxes for our farmers and plantain farmers, because I understand, Mr. Speaker, as a farmer myself, what the challenges were. But Mr. Speaker, the good news is that a government who cares about our farmers, Mr. Speaker, and you would recall in the Prime Minister's presentation day before, Mr. Speaker, that an amount of $500,000 will be made available to compensate our farmers for the loss. So, c'est nous ni presque 400 pour 450 farmers qui ont produit figues en cette Lucie. Et nous comprenons situation yo te ka aller fruit, là il vini pour boîte pour figues avec banane. Et puis moi ouais vidéo côté ces farmers tene pour couper c'est régime figue là parce que c'était quand mis les pays et obviously ça pas un bagage nous as un gouvernement moi as un ministre agricole qui veut ouais pour ces farmers là les monde qui a pris moi toutes les camarades moi qui ça nous a fait mais nous ouais ça manière ça affecté l'industrie et puis gouvernement Saint-Lucie j'ai alloqué $500,000 pour aider farmers qui trouvaient affectés as a result pour en production boîte là. Moi je voulais dire ces farmers nous pas compenser tout pour tous ces dommages là, nous avons un assistant pour aider résoler et bien pour vier garder qui manière où ça continuer production. Mais je voulais farmers quoi that nous avons moun l'argent pour don figure qui trouvé dommagé. Nous avons un petit assistant pour aider si vous êtes parce que ça vous pour payer travailleurs pour tenir pour l'autre dépense et nous savons qui manière ça a trouvé affecté. So Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that we currently have boxes on island and our farmers can continue to take advantage of this opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, while I am on farmers, we have very, very, very good news for the persons in the agricultural sector. The government, under the unleashing of the Blue Economy project, financed by the World Bank, is in receipt of $10 million US, Mr. Speaker, under the Contingent Emergency Response Component, or CERC. Nous avons 10 millions, ça c'est presque 20, I see the member for Central Castries smiling. Nous avons un secteur agricole presque 27 millions dollars, Mr. Speaker. And that money, it will be to support the areas of fisheries, livestock, and the crop production subsector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, we distributed to our farmers 34,000 bags of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, free of charge. Free of charge. We targeted 3,356 farmers, Mr. Speaker. We are currently working with the government and people of Venezuela to receiving another 40,000 bags of 50 kg fertilizer for our farmers free of charge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have begun the distribution to our livestock farmers of 500 1,000 gallon water tanks. 600 1,000 gallons water tank nous ka bay ça pour ces livestock farmers là, because nous savons qu'actuellement we can aller through a dry spell. Mr. Speaker, we are going through a dry spell and rainfall is at its lowest during this time of year. But we know our farmers have to, use water to clean the pens and to feed the animals, Mr. Speaker. Water timely intervention. 500 farmers will benefit from the availability of a 1,000 gallon water tank. Mr. Speaker, under the World Bank project, we are in the process of procuring 32,000 bags of agricultural lime. Mr. Speaker, the agricultural lime is a product that is used to create a balance in terms of the soil acidic content. So you have what we call alkaline and acidity. But we are suspecting a lot of our soils are acidic, and as a result, that can reduce yield. An acidic soil, even if you apply fertilizer 4 times a week, it will not absorb the fertilizer because of the status of the soil. So nous avons ça qui est important et que nous devons faire avant. That was something that we were giving our farmers during the time of SLBGA, Mr. Speaker. And so we are making available free of charge to our farmers 32,000 bags of agricultural lime. Mr. Speaker, we are going to repair every single greenhouse on the island under the project. Every single greenhouse under the island, Mr. Speaker, we are going to repair, and we are going to bring in new greenhouses to assist our farmers with production. Farm labor, Mr. Speaker, it's been a challenge for our farmers in terms of getting labor on a consistent basis on the farms. Laboué, ka vini un gros problème pour ces farmers. Et puis nous quoi ça c'est un bagay qui vous enchaîne attention. Farmers have contacted me to see whether we can get laborers from countries like Haiti, India, and other countries, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, under the program, we are going to commence a farm labor program as of the first week in May, Mr. Speaker, comprising of 100 plus workers who will be going to the various farms to assist farmers with labor. We are also providing to our farmers, Mr. Speaker, funding for what we call on-farm drainage. So I know constituencies like Dennery South, Dennery North, Viewfort North, Castries, Ancillary Canneries, Soufrière will benefit, and areas like Babono will benefit from that, Mr. Speaker. And what we want to do is the areas where we think that those areas are very challenging, Mr. Speaker, we will be making available to our farmers some funding to assist them with on-farm drainage. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard of the 7 Crops program, Mr. Speaker, that's geared towards assisting our farmers and to ensure that we boost our food production and reduce our food import bill. Mr. Speaker, we have added a number of new varieties to the 7 crops, and that includes eggplant, carrot, dragon fruit, Mr. Speaker, and cucumber, Mr. Speaker, to increase the 7 crops from what it was originally intended for to 12 varieties, Mr. Speaker. Under the budget for 2024-2025, an amount of $1,944,000 was approved, Mr. Speaker. We are hoping that we will continue to support our farmers and to ensure that we reduce our food import bill. Mr. Speaker, still under the World Bank project, Mr. Speaker, we are procuring new breeding stock, animal stock, Mr. Speaker, because we are in the process of commissioning our new agricultural station in Volet, Miku, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, we are bringing in from the US, Mr. Speaker, 154 new bloodlines, Mr. Speaker, as of the first week in May. Currently, we have a team of persons from my ministry who are now in the US selecting the animals, Mr. Speaker, and we are hoping that this will go well for the opening of the agricultural station in Miku. And to just name it, Mr. Speaker, we are bringing 47 pigs, 98 sheep and goats, and 8 cattle, Mr. Speaker. So we are going to boost the station with new breeds, Mr. Speaker.
Where is the station?
And that is at, the member for Miku North wants me to repeat, that is the new agricultural station in Volet, Miku. We are also going to construct an artificial insemination laboratory, Mr. Speaker. And we are also going to provide water tanks, as I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the fisheries component, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be producing 10 new fads to our fishers, Mr. Speaker. So every fishing community, Mr. Speaker, will receive another fad, Mr. Speaker, in addition to what they had recently. Mr. Speaker, more good news for the fishers, Mr. Speaker. We are going to purchase 10 new ice machines, and each landing area, Mr. Speaker, will receive a new ice machine, Mr. Speaker. We are going to place navigational lights in strategic locations, Mr. Speaker, to assist our fishers when they are out there and when they are heading to port. Mr. Speaker, we commence the installation of a vessel monitoring device, Mr. Speaker, where fishers who encounter problems at sea, Mr. Speaker, will be able to make contact with the Fisheries Department or Digicel, Mr. Speaker, to be able to indicate where they are located and how they can get assistance to get to the shore, Mr. Speaker. And we have 300 new satellite tracking devices, Mr. Speaker. So far, we've installed 80, Mr. Speaker, and we are hoping that we'll continue to provide further support in terms of those devices for our fishers. Repairs to fishing facilities. I'm sure those persons who went to the Daito in recent weeks or months will see a new fishing facility on the Dennery Fishing Port at Daito. Mr. Speaker, when you walk into Daito, you will see a blue wave, Mr. Speaker. Everything painted in blue, Mr. Speaker, And Mr. Speaker, it was very timely. For 15 years, Mr. Speaker, nothing or very little has been done in terms of improving those facilities. Those facilities were donated to us by the government and people of Japan, but we did not have a maintenance program in place to ensure that these facilities continue to meet the needs of the fishers. And so, Mr. Speaker, we got an amount of 850,000 EC dollars, Mr. Speaker, to do more work in the various constituencies. So, Mr. Speaker, in Grozile, Mr. Speaker, you will see the construction of an administrative building, including other repair works. In Ancillary, electrical upgrade, procurement of water pumps and fire hydrants, replacement of LED bulbs, replacement of AC units, and servicing of a boat wrench. In Soufrière, Mr. Speaker, I'm giving every constituency what they deserve, Mr. Speaker, on the project. In Soufrière, replacement and upgrades to the electrical system and sanitary facilities. Choiseul, repairs to the office and other buildings, tiling of the processing area and replacement of concrete slabs. Vieux-Fort, Mr. Speaker, repair to a leak and storage container which has to be housed within the structure, fencing of the perimeter, Mr. Speaker, and the upgrade of the boat landing strip on the slipway or ramp that needs to be replaced. Mr. Speaker, the Dennery facility, obviously, we will see the fencing of the entire perimeter, Mr. Speaker, and we will be placing an entrance gate to ensure security and controls at the port. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Dennery now, Mr. Speaker, you will see those bright lights, Mr. Speaker, that I think extends all the way to the islet. So if you're standing on the islet, Mr. Speaker, anybody from Dennery will see and identify you standing on the islet. Mr. Speaker, that is important for us, for our fishers, Mr. Speaker, because our fishers continue to contribute to food and nutrition security, and as a result, we must assist them. The Castries facility, procurement of a 150 kVA generator, and because of the current generator is not working, Mr. Speaker. And the Savans Bay Jetty, replacement of some decking boards and uprights. Mr. Speaker, you realize you did not hear the mention of Miku North, because last financial year, Miku North received assistance from the Ministry of Agriculture for upgrading the facility, washroom facility there, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure you would see in recent, although I was not responsible for this one, Mr. Speaker, but the jetty, the new Miku North jetty, is going to contribute tremendously to the plight of our fishers in Vieux-Fort, in Miku North. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that in the last year budget presentation, a $1 fuel rebate was provided or given to our farmers and for our fishers. And I was informed that our fishers are already benefiting from this gesture on the part of our Prime Minister as of last year. Mr. Speaker, I move to the Choiseul fishing port. The fishers of Choiseul have been experiencing challenges with excessive sedimentation in the Choiseul fishing port since its construction in 2005. The government of Japan provided the government of St. Lucia with a grant aid to assess the situation and to develop countermeasures to reduce the sedimentation in the fishing port. After years of research and community engagement, countermeasures were derived to reduce the frequency of sedimentation and improve the usability of the Choiseul fishing port. These are the construction of a groin and underwater breakwater. These long-term countermeasures will significantly reduce the sediment affecting the function of the Choiseul fishing port, and as such will enhance the working conditions for Choiseul fishermen and improve their overall productivity. The efficiency and safety of offloading the catch will be enhanced, as well as the use as the use of the port to secure the vessels, particularly during bad weather events. Mr. Speaker, an amount of over 5 million has been budgeted for in this new financial year to continue the works at the Choiseul Fishing Port. We are hoping that, Mr. Speaker, we will see completion of this project very shortly, and we hope that this problem that our fishers have been facing, Mr. Speaker, will be a thing of the past. So nous avons dit ces gens, ces pêcheurs choisis là, nous avons travaillé tout dans un gouvernement pour adresser problème là, ça a souffert pour combien d'années. Là, il vient pour situation côté sable là, bouché, côté où on tué tout, avec plusieurs fois pour qu'on ait des difficultés pour faire ça. Moi, quand l'argent, c'est l'argent gouvernement Japan qui a baillé gouvernement Saint-Lucie pour aider ces pêcheurs pour adresser ces problèmes-là. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the census of agriculture and fisheries. A major sub-point for the Ministry of Agriculture is the lack of data and information for planning and decision-making purposes, especially as it relates to actual production data, for which hotel and supermarket data is being used as a proxy. In its quest to improve the availability of data and statistics in the agricultural and fisheries sectors, the Ministry of Agriculture has decided to conduct a new census of agriculture and fisheries in 2024. 17 years have passed since the last agriculture and fisheries census, which was conducted in 2007. Therefore, it is timely and way overdue, Mr. Speaker, to embark on the conduct of a new census that will provide data for a better understanding of the current state of agriculture and the structural changes that have occurred in the last decade. The need for detailed and up-to-date recent agricultural statistics, Mr. Speaker, to assist in the formulation, monitoring and evaluation of policies, programs and projects, training and capacity development, research and marketing, among others, cannot be overstated. The census of agriculture and fisheries will capture vital statistics with regards to the changes in the structure and scope of agriculture and fisheries in the country over the past 17 years. This data is essential for planning, policy development and decision making. So, en l'année ça là, nous avons créé un agricultural and fisheries census. Pour information ça est important pour nous because 17 l'année nous pas côté ni un census. Et qu'on nous savons tant qu'a changé, climate change qui a affecté pêcheurs, et puis nous croyons qu'il est nécessaire pour nous garder pour information qui neuf, pour nous ça mettre en structure ensemble, pour nous garder qui manière la vie pêcheur, la vie femme a trouvé affectée. So in the coming months, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform our populace that nous avons moun ka vini coin la pour tout pour demander information, pas payer by information. Because l'information ça est important pour nous garder qui manière nous continuer à développer le secteur pêche et agricole. Mr. Speaker, I now move to agricultural innovation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government, through the commitment of President Ali, will contribute to St. Lucia in the form of greenhouses, a value of $144,000 US, Mr. Speaker. This will go towards hydroponic systems which are climate smart and embrace sustainable agricultural practices. Hydroponics provide a practical solution to accelerated food production, increase yields, and contribute to a resilient food system. These structures will focus on the production of leafy vegetables and fresh herbs. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, over $86 million was spent in the region for imports of lettuce, tomato, kale, celery, etc. This investment is intended to assist with reducing imports on items such as lettuce, tomato, and cabbages, especially given obligations on the CARICOM 25/25. Janvier, Premier Ministre Honorable Philippe J. Pierre engagé moi avec moi aller avec un team ça c'est Guyana pour regarder qui ça yo ka faire les venir pour jeunes moun avec différents bagages qui neuf en agricole. Et nous aller en côté nous l'année en place l'année en chai ça nous a créé ces greenhouses là. Et nous yo ka planter combien différents qualités légumes en bas ces greenhouses là. But what is important, Mr. Speaker, there is a youth engagement involved. L'année moun qui a quitté l'école quand aller là faire SBA, l'année moun qui a aller là practice qui m'a pour planter, qui m'a pour faire différents agricoles. We have identified, Mr. Speaker, to accommodate this request, a site in Union where we are going to place those greenhouses. We are going to engage the schools. We are going to engage the young people through the economy to assist in making this a reality. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on my people from Dennery South, Mr. Speaker, our young people in Dennery who are indicated an interest in agriculture. We will be providing training for those young persons, Mr. Speaker, to really help bridge that gap that we are experiencing in agriculture. Nous avons chaque monde qui a grand qui a agricole qui a quitté et nous voulons une manière pour mener plus jeunes monde en agricole. Mais ces jeunes monde ça là, Mr. Speaker, yo pas qu'à venir et faire même ces bagailles là, c'est grand monde n'a faire. They have to be innovative. We need to bring in new technology, Mr. Speaker, to attract them to generate an interest in agriculture. Under the cocoa, Mr. Speaker, may I ask what time? 19 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the cocoa enhancement project, Mr. Speaker, we are rehabilitating almost 150 acres of cocoa, and in this new financial year, we received an amount of $290,300 to develop and to address challenges in the cocoa sector. Currently, we have 3 contractors who are involved in the various parts of the country assisting in trimming and pruning of cocoa. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have 4,000 cocoa plants available at the Bath Industry, and I'm calling on our farmers to take advantage of the opportunity for purchasing those cocoa plants at $2 per plant. Je vais demander tout le monde, ces jeunes qui toujours demandé pour la coco avec ces l'autre place là, nous avons à présent 4000 plants coco en bas un projet pour réhabiliter plantation et pour ça les Bath Industry et pour acheter ces plants là à $2 pour plant. Mr. Speaker, I will now take the rest of my 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, to talk about my constituency. Je voulais dire que je suis très content that moi ça debout en caille parlement actuellement pour représenter et pour faire ça moi ça fait pour faire constituency Dennery South primaire. Moi entré en position ça là passé because ou tenir confiance en moi. Nous avons commencé à faire un chai bon bagaille en constituency et moi voulais continuer à faire toutes ces autres bagailles là qui sont nécessaires. I want to just remind you that the fishing port, we've spent $420,000, Mr. Speaker, to repair the fish stalls, improve drainage, improve lighting, painting of the facility, repairs to the moorings. Côté ces boat là pack là, côté ces pêcheurs pas ça aller because c'est taillard et tous ces bagages là qui étaient là, c'est gros chauffeur qui dit que dommage que notre là nous ni un contracteur qui travaille à ça et puis nous hope that tout vitement you can finish ça. Mr. Speaker, we painted the entire locker room buildings et nous peintirer toutes ces la porte là bas c'est plus cher. Nous allons continuer pour peintirer côté mina et toilette là, nous allons mettre ça en blé. Nous allons aussi mener des nuits un ice machine neuf à bas programme là. Mr. Speaker, I want our fishers to be able to purchase the ice right there on the fishing port, and they don't have to go to the valley and elsewhere to procure ice to freeze their fish. So it is a good project, Mr. Speaker. But further, Mr. Speaker, Nukai fence whole facility here under the allocation of the $850,000 on the Fisheries complex. We will be fencing the entire facility, and we will be placing a main gate at the entrance to control traffic and other illegal activities. But Mr. Speaker, I want to go further. Our fish handlers, nous ne pas content manière yo ka fait bagay le daitoa. We are going to employ an individual to look at the cleanliness and everything that needs to be done in the fish cleaning area. Like moi savent en chay c'est moun nan kon botek, c'est moun nan ki an nettoyer poisson là kay content that nous kay travailler pour garder qui manière nous ça fait la primaire. Ça c'est un côté un chay moun qui a sorti tout l'autre pays qui a venu qui a acheté poisson. Et nous n'est pour un standard côté les moun vini là, yo kay ça confortable. You pa kay we moun ka assis dans les stalls là, you pa kay we c'est bagay ça encore. So Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward to address all those problems with the hope that our people will understand the value and importance of that facility and to do what is necessary to make it happen. Mr. Speaker, under the community tourism program, $684,000 US to upgrade the Saturday Fish Fiesta. This was established in 1999 following the closure of Belfashion, and we are hoping that we can upgrade the facility to make it a top activity area in the country to attract tourists and to be able to ensure that there are economic benefits to the people of Dennery South. Mais ces jours, les gens parlé et about project là, they are now saying it will be best suited to be placed on the site of the old police station. We will be engaging in the next few weeks to discuss those matters and to be able to ensure that we all are on board in terms of the same page, to be able to decide as to where it has the greatest impact and how our constituents and others can benefit from it. The Housing Assistance Program, Mr. Speaker, we've continued to provide assistance. We've continued to provide assistance, not new houses like the past, assistance to persons who are living in deplorable conditions. We provide assistance under the new housing program, and we will continue to provide assistance to our elderly, our vulnerable, and persons with disabilities to ensure that they live a comfortable life. You do not see any roofs leaking, did not get wet when they are in the homes, Mr. Speaker. We were able to assist almost 75 persons under the last program, and we will continue to make that happen. We have started the construction or the rehabilitation of the new cricket building. Mr. Speaker, this building has been in a very deplorable state, and sometimes when I visit that place to watch cricket or football, it hurts quite a bit to see that you do not have a place to urinate or to change, and the conditions were very deplorable, Mr. Speaker. But now we are rehabilitating this building with the hope that it will meet the needs of the sporting people. I'm pleased to announce the Professional Football League. I was happy to meet the request by the Dennery football team, and Mr. Speaker, we provided the team with 2 new sets of football uniforms, and I am in the process of getting 30 pairs of football boots, 15 new footballs, because I know, Mr. Speaker, the Dennery South football team will emerge victorious, Mr. Speaker, in this new competition. This is the best football team on the island, and I am warning my other colleagues to look out for the Dennery football team. I want to encourage our team to continue doing well. We've played 2 games, Mr. Speaker, and we have won both. So I'm just warning the others that we are looking out for them, and we will win this battle.
You're not winning anything.
Mr. Speaker, in Lakai, we began the construction of a new concrete road in the lower nursery area. That area was in a very deplorable state, and we've begun the construction of a new road, which I'm hoping will come to an end, will be completed in the next quarter of this financial year. But Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about some other roads, like the road, the Bois Joli Road, the road going to Sylvie in Bois Joli, Sylvie nowhere else in that residential area there, Mr. Speaker. We have to give this attention this year. The Green Mountain Road going towards Velda, and that road that continues towards Belfashion, we are hoping that we can give some attention to that. Mr. Speaker, I want to focus quite a bit on that road from that area I was staying called the bypass, and to connect it to the hospital, because for persons coming from the valley and other areas, in the event we have a natural disaster and the village is flooded, you would have difficulty getting to the hospital. So I am going to take advantage to invite the minister to Dennery South to look at a number of areas regarding road speed bumps, but especially that road going towards the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I want to take time
Remember,
to invite...
you have 10 minutes left.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to take time to invite every St. Lucian to our Dennery Carnival on the 29th and 30th of June. As you all know, Dennery is the second best in St. Lucia when it comes to carnival. So I would like to invite everyone to our carnival. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of Lakai, Mr. Speaker, currently there are 2 poles with lights on the football field, but the northern end of the Lakai playing field is very dark. So this year I've already engaged a contractor to install 2 other lights at the northern end, that's by Helen, the end by Helen, so that our footballers in Lakai will be able to spend more time in the evening playing football or cricket, whatever the sport is. I want to just remind the people of Lakai and Lime that we are looking at the possibility of upgrading that road going to Lenish's Place. That's by Helen at the top of Lakai. And we are also looking at a number of footpaths in addition to the footpath that was constructed from the tamarind tree. We are also looking at the possibility of how we can construct a new road going to Lume, Mr. Speaker. That's from the end where the Rastafarians are, with an intention to assist those persons who have to walk a long distance from the main road to their homes. Mr. Speaker, I want to take time to thank the Minister for Finance for his budget presentation, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, everybody will benefit from this budget. There are no new taxes, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my cabinet colleagues for their support, advice, and all that they've been doing to assist me as the Minister for Agriculture, whether it's in my ministry or my constituency. My permanent secretary and staff of the ministry, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them for their hard work. I want to continue working with them to ensure that we transform this agricultural sector. My team in Dennery South, Dexter, Mary Skelly, Justina, and all those who are assisting me. Tino, Mr. Speaker, even if Tino has issues with me, but Tino, all the best to you. Tino, and all those who may have the issues with the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, there are times, Mr. Speaker, we will find our little challenges, the rep, but we are working together as a constituency to develop the constituency and make it the best we can. So I ask for your patience and understanding. It is not every time I can provide or give you what you require or request, but I always try my best to see how I can make it available to you. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to again thank the Prime Minister for his presentation and to support the Appropriations Bill 2024-2025. I thank you.
The member for Miku North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if there is any sincerity in the knocking of the table by my colleagues, because I can hear them whispering, Chelsea, Chelsea, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I hear them asking about the high five. And it's unfortunate, rather unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that most members of the cabinet are gunners or supporters of the gunners, and I have bad news for them, that the gunners will be just like Chelsea at the end of the season with absolutely no silverware. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, I stand before you here today acknowledging a higher power. He guides my steps, he inspires my purpose, and he grants me the privilege of serving the people of Miku North in this esteemed house. Mr. Speaker, understanding our place in this world is paramount. Each day, my conviction strengthens. God, not man, God, Mr. Speaker, entrusted me to be the voice of the people of Miku North. Similarly, with unwavering faith, I recognize Prime Minister Philip Joseph Pierre's divinely ordained role, much like those of us who know Queen Esther in the Bible. He was a man for a time like this, Mr. Speaker. And as we approach year 3, a shadow seems to lengthen. The forces of negativity disguised as people, disguised as circumstances, and they intensify their assault. Lies, Mr. Speaker. Lies, Mr. Speaker, slander and deceit aim to paint a bleak picture of St. Lucia. But I find solace, Mr. Speaker, in the story of Joseph in Genesis 50:20. And this verse reads, and I want my colleagues to find solace in this verse as well, Mr. Speaker. What they intended for evil against me, God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. And this is very apt, Mr. Speaker, because what we see happening now, especially from members who we expect better from, Mr. Speaker, try to go out there and spread lies and deceit to try to tarnish the name of St. Lucia and St. Lucians, and then they claim that they love St. Lucians and they want to represent St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you that what they intend for evil, Mr. Speaker, God will turn and use for good. God's grace has touched me. God's grace has touched this administration, and it has touched my esteemed colleagues. Let us not be swayed by evildoers. Trust in the Lord. Do good, and He will see you through. Commit your way to Him, and He will act. However, Mr. Speaker, doubt lingers. The current opposition consumed, and sometimes when I say the current opposition, I want to kind of take away the member from Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. I want to kind of take away the member from Choiseul. I have a soft point. Yes, we have a good relationship, Mr. Speaker. But the current opposition, consumed by ambition for power, Mr. Speaker, relentlessly tarnishes our nation's reputation. Their hunger, it knows no bounds. And their accomplices, those we hold in higher regard, are a source of grave disappointment. They sow discord, striving to chase away investors and try to destabilize Miku North and St. Lucia by extension. But you know what I tell them, Mr. Speaker? Their efforts, it's akin to cultivating a male marijuana plant. And if you know what a male marijuana plant does, Mr. Speaker, it flourishes, yet remains barren. Their attempt to chaos will yield nothing, and I choose to focus on more pressing matters. Every day, Mr. Speaker, that odiama ka adubutisia na adubuta kai parliament kai seulement because of moun qui mouté descend et I vote à des boîtes, mais parce que bon Dieu ban moi opportunité. Bon Dieu choisi moi qui ban moi opportunité pour moi ça parler by Jean Miku, pour moi ça représenter Jean Miku et puis pour moi ça fait travail là Jean Miku quand me demande pour faire ba yo. Mais nous n'avons pas de problème, Mr. Speaker. Nous n'avons pas de problème que les gens en opposition nous expect plus meilleur from you. Nous expect you pour plus intelligence. Nous expect you pour montrer un certain level maturité, Mr. Speaker. Et puis, nous expect you pour ni principe. Et puis ça nous a away from ces gens qui dit ça yo dit et ça yo fait c'est des différents bagages. L'ové ça yo ka fait yo ka aller l'autre pays, mal parler cette lycée, mal pas 10 moun qui veulent investir cette lycée, dit yo that cette lycée pas bon côté pour invest. Toute qualité mal popté yo ni pour dire about cette lycée. C'est moun ça là ka dit that you voulez venir représenter just cette lycée. You mêlé about just cette lycée. Et puis moi savent that c'est moun ça la pas ça jamais mêlé about cette lycée because sous mêlé about un moun c'est pas qu'on va traiter yo Mr. Speaker. Anyways Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move to the pressing matters. The people of Miku North, and I see I have one of my constituents here with me this morning, Miss Magdalene, and I say thank you for coming. The people of Miku North, my unwavering supporters, have my deepest gratitude. I say thank you for trusting me to represent your voices. Thank you for trusting me to represent your interests. Your love and your unwavering support fuel my dedication. To my family, the unwavering pillars of my strength, I extend my deepest appreciation. Gratitude also to the Prime Minister and my colleagues for ensuring that Miku's North needs are met. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say heartfelt condolences to the Stephen family on the passing of Dale Stephen. Monipo and the cricket community and the entire sporting fraternity, Mr. Speaker, we have suffered a great loss. And my deepest sympathy to Miss Fina as well of Monjab and Miss Sharon James, who both lost young men who met their demise, Mr. Speaker, in a very unfortunate way. Now turning our attention to the matter of the 2024-2025 Appropriation Bill. As His Excellency the Acting Governor General, Mr. Cyril Errol Charles, aptly stated, we have good reason to celebrate and to be proud. The Prime Minister's theme for this year's budget, building our infrastructure for a resilient economy, is indeed a cause for celebration and pride for us parliamentarians and the people of St. Lucia. This pride stems, Mr. Speaker, not only from the promise of vital infrastructural development, but also from the Prime Minister's prudent leadership. We acknowledge the 2-year wait for this focus on infrastructure. However, we also recognize that the Prime Minister prioritizes responsible financial management. Unlike the former Prime Minister, he will not burden the future with excessive debt, as evidenced by his commitment to reducing outstanding DFC loans, which he inherited in excess of $160 million. This dedication, Mr. Speaker, to fiscal responsibility is further exemplified by the Prime Minister's patient approach. He has not yielded to immediate pressures, including some from us within this chamber, Mr. Speaker. He understands, as a strong leader that he is, that infrastructure investments must occur at the right time, when the country can truly afford them. This cautious approach has demonstrably paid off. The Prime Minister, he has skillfully managed public finances, creating the necessary fiscal space for the initiatives outlined in the 2024-2025 Appropriation Bill. He strategically waited, Mr. Speaker, until local payables to suppliers were reduced by a significant $70 million, from $154 million to $84 million. Additionally, he ensured the complete settlement of outstanding contributions and lease payments to the National Insurance Corporation. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, The Prime Minister waited for a period of improvement in the labor market. We are now experiencing an unemployment rate of just 14%, the lowest in a very long time, with youth unemployment decreasing for remarkably 3 consecutive years. These positive economic indicators demonstrate the effectiveness of the Prime Minister's leadership. Therefore, we, the parliamentarians, continue to place our trust in him and his strategic timing. The bill, the 2024-2025 Appropriation Bill, reflects the culmination of the Prime Minister's responsible financial management and his commitment to building a resilient St. Lucia for the future. I am delighted that the Prime Minister addressed infrastructure's broader scope, encompassing housing, healthcare, education, agriculture, security, and economic development. Because I can tell you, like many areas, we crave infrastructure that extends beyond just roads, drains, and culverts. Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing I noted from what the Prime Minister presented on Tuesday, is that in this budget there is something for all solutions. It is commendable that despite the year of infrastructure theme, the budget offers something for everyone. The minimum wage reflects our commitment to the dignity of all citizens. The $1,500 payment grant to each of the 93 private early childhood centers demonstrates this government's responsiveness. The Prime Minister's swift action on the banana box shortage, and you heard the Minister for Agriculture spoke to that. This is particularly noteworthy. The allocation in this budget to assist affected farmers exemplifies government's attentiveness. Mr. Speaker, je cette lycée. At yo bagay dida, moi observé dida budget sala, dida appropriation bill le Premier Ministre parler mardi. Moi observé data dida budget sala ni a bagay by tout moun. Dida nous ka we that même si nous parler idit l'année ça c'est l'année pour infrastructure, nous we that nous kay bay que l'année 93 l'école la créé preschool privé yo ka joindre $2,600 et puis nous sommes dans une situation et puis ministre agricole parlait about ça plus bonheur côté farmer fig pas tenir boîte pour yoter ça mettre fig yo et puis chaque farmer tenir la situation ko fig yo te ka gâté et puis Miku avec moi ça même parlement pour Denry Nord qui a parlé à ça aussi because moi crois nous c'est des ces gens qui sont plus affectés par situation ça là et puis nous ni en situation que même si ça fait juste l'autre jour Premier ministre là et dit ça bagaille that nous ni pour bail attention et puis nous kay bail c'est farmer assistance yo kay joindre il mettait moi $600,000 de budget pour bail farmer technicien qui perd figure because c'est farmer qui travaille ouais yo ka contribuer et puis yo ka payer taxe pour tout le monde et puis mais pas quoi ça qui rive yo c'est faute yo et puis moi je voulais applaudir Premier ministre pour la nécessité nécessaire pour bailler ces farmer anti assistance pour aider yo because you have paid the shy figure, you paid large, you have family pour précaire. Mr. Speaker, public servants are the backbone of our nation. Recognizing the challenges some face in obtaining mortgages, the Prime Minister has established a 100% residential mortgage program for public servants, leveraging the US $20 million credit line from the Republic of China and Taiwan Exim Bank, managed by the St. Lucia Development Bank. Additionally, every successful applicant will receive a $1,000 contribution towards legal fees. And I think this is commendable, Mr. Speaker, because we all know the difficulties that public servants have when trying to access mortgages. And to be able to put a facility like that in place for them, it speaks to where the heart of the Prime Minister is. And he understands the plight of the people. He places himself in their shoes. And what he does, he responds to their needs and he puts in the necessary arrangements, necessary facilities so that they now can access, and we can see a boost as it relates to public servants gaining access to mortgages. Incentives for sustainability and seniors, Mr. Speaker. This budget promotes sustainability by reducing import duty to just 5% for people importing hybrid vehicles to St. Lucia. And our seniors, Mr. Speaker, are very important. They are not forgotten either, and they have never been forgotten. I think everybody here can agree with me that every time we come to this house for a budget, that there is something in there for pensioners and for seniors. Our Prime Minister takes his responsibility to our senior group of individuals in this country seriously, and he has always ensured that in everything that he does, he caters for our seniors. And our seniors, some government pensioners receive, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, pensions as low as $300. And effective August 1st, no government pensioner will receive less than $725. No NIC pensioner, Mr. Speaker, will receive less than $500 monthly. If they did that, l'année moun, à présent, you can joindre $300 par mois. Et puis, c'est moun ça travaille combien l'année, et puis là, you quitte travail là, manière loi, et à présent, manière système là, et à des moun qui joindre $300. Les nous garder $300. Expressement d'un temps, les nous voyons pour une commission à aussi, pour tout bagage à aussi. On est pour demander qui manière à moun ça vivre, et puis $300. Et puis, le Premier ministre, là, ouais, il est nécessaire pour ranger la situation. Ça. Et puis, ça, il fait, il dit que pour 1er août, nous avons créé un minimum wage. Ça a plié l'argent à mon qui travaille pour cette ici. Et puis, après, l'année, mon qui joue $300. Et puis, laisse arranger, from 1er août, la pani pièce mon cette ici qui a joué une pension from gouvernement, qui a joué en bas $725. Et puis, pièce moun qui a joué une pension from NIC, pas qu'à joué un bas $600. What a fantastic time to be a solution. The tax amnesty program continuation and the waiving of stamp duties on mortgages up to $400,000 for residential construction or renovations further incentivize growth. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to two crucial areas under my purview: crime prevention and people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, both require sensitive and decisive action. I want to begin with people with disabilities. But I want to start by defining disabilities, Mr. Speaker. And understanding disability is paramount. Since taking office, Mr. Speaker, the reason I want to start by defining disability is because since assuming the office within the office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for persons with disabilities, I have received several phone calls, Mr. Speaker, from individuals with broken limbs or sometimes limps, and they believe that they qualify as a person with a disability. But according to the United Nations, a person with a disability is one who has a long-term, Mr. Speaker, long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in interaction with various barriers hinders their full participation in society. And we have over 1 billion, or about 15% of the global population, who have disabilities. And advancements in technology, in medicine, and aging populations indicate that this number will rise. The World Health Organization and the World Bank report that people with disabilities have poorer health outcomes, they have lower education achievements, and less economic participation, higher poverty. Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre recognized the need for a disability portfolio. I am grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to champion their cause. This is a giant when you look at our progress, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia ratified the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disability in June 2020. And what this does, it safeguards and affirms the human rights of persons with disabilities. However, we need to look at the path forward. And as a state party to the convention, we must enact disability-specific legislation to effectively promote and protect their rights. I have been in dialogue, Mr. Speaker, with persons from the National Councils of and for persons with disabilities, and I am convinced that the time is now. The time is right, Mr. Speaker, for a St. Lucia Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Act. I am convinced that the time is now, Mr. Speaker. And me being in this current position, Mr. Speaker, is just testament that the time cannot be tomorrow. It has to be now. And collaboration is key in all that we do. And with the Prime Minister's support and with his endorsement, my ministry will lead the effort, collaborating with disability organizations and the AG chambers to create our first comprehensive legal instrument for promoting and protecting disability rights. While we wait for the go-ahead, Mr. Speaker, this government has engaged a consultant, and you heard the member for Fisheries South East. We have engaged a consultant to develop a national policy for persons with disabilities alongside with the National Council of and for persons with disability. And that's why I thank the member earlier, because he has spearheaded this implementation with consultation starting last month. And we want to thank the Taiwanese and the Taiwanese ambassador for the grant to enable this policy's development. But beyond legislation, we need to see improved services. And this government prioritizes easy access to government services for persons with disabilities. The Office of the Prime Minister has been diligently working on a specific public service policy for the improvement of customer service for persons with disabilities and older persons. This comprehensive policy addresses providing accessible information, parking spaces, ramps, washrooms, and trained personnel to assist customers with various impairments. It embodies our commitment to putting people first. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak about this comprehensive policy, this morning and I think sometime last week, and that's why I said I think the time to work on this piece of legislation is now, so that we can actually cause for the enactment and for the execution of the policy. Because this morning, Mr. Speaker, and I think sometimes, Mr. Speaker, or most times, more often than not, I drive myself. I drive myself to Parliament, I drive myself to my constituency, to the supermarket, and everywhere that I go, Mr. Speaker. More often than not, I find myself driving myself. But the problem I have, Mr. Speaker, is when we get to institutions, or we get to buildings, Mr. Speaker, where, especially institutions where the public are expected to access on a daily basis, we need to do better as a people, as a government, as a nation, to ensure that we make the necessary arrangements as it relates to accommodation for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I know and I can speak from a factual standpoint, because during my time with you as Deputy Speaker and with our engagement with the Department of Infrastructure, I know that in the plans for the Parliament, there will be, accommodation will be made for persons with disabilities. But that is something that has to be spread throughout the rest of the, even when you go for a passport now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it can become, sometimes we have quite a few buildings that are not disability friendly, and you have to go up 5, 6 flights, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flights of stairs, Mr. Speaker. I don't even like to say the word 5 now, because members watch me when I say 5. But no, 5 goals. But Mr. Speaker, I think the time is now, and the time is opportune for us to look at from building codes, and that the member for Fisheries North is here. I think the time is now, Mr. Speaker, for us to try to get things like building codes enacted, because it cannot be that individuals are disadvantaged and they are unable to access public areas, Mr. Speaker, because the necessary arrangements have not been made. We have to also encourage and work towards the economic empowerment of persons with disability. And I know that the Ministry of Commerce, and I have to commend them, have implemented the MSME loan grant facility, a $10 million initiative providing post-pandemic relief to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And this program offers, I think, 70% grant, 30% loan at a low 3% interest rate with no collateral requirements. And when you hear these things, you know people get excited. But what is even more interesting about that, Mr. Speaker, is that they will consider it enough to ensure that there were special provisions for persons with disabilities. And I want to commend the Ministry of Commerce for ensuring that there were special provisions for persons with disabilities. But I also want to encourage other agencies like the Youth Economy Agency to make a deliberate effort to cater for persons with disabilities, as they can play a very integral role in the economic viability of this beautiful nation. Mr. Speaker, every people with disabilities deserve the same opportunities to enjoy social events as everyone else. They deserve the same. They want to free up too, Mr. Speaker. They want to zest. They want to watch people on the Bam Bam Wall like everybody else, Mr. Speaker. They want to do that too. And we encourage, Mr. Speaker, the installation of wheelchair ramps and designated trained volunteers to assist persons with disabilities. And it is to this end, Mr. Speaker, that I want Hansa to capture my congratulations to the organizers of the Moshi Jazz. I want to say bravo to Arthur, Royston Taylor, and the team of organizers from Moshi Jazz. And the Moshi vendors, Mr. Speaker, and this is a step in the right direction. And I want to encourage the Minister for Tourism, Culture to adopt this same approach, Mr. Speaker. And this is something that we have to give serious consideration moving forward. Because I know individuals who would love to attend jazz. They want to attend carnival activities. And I know that it may come at an extra $1, but they are worth it, Mr. Speaker. They are worth the investment. And I see, and you heard Sean said Tristan would love to attend jazz. Tristan was the recipient of the motorized wheelchair. I want to thank the Minister of Education and his team. And all of us have a part to play, but I want to say to the Minister of Jazz and Arts, Creative Culture, I want to say to him that we should make a special attempt, Mr. Speaker. We should make a special attempt to ensure that persons with disabilities are able to access these events. As I'm speaking to the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell him that there is a very nice market, tourists with disabilities market. And we have a beautiful island. Year after year, we continue to capture prizes for tourism on the global stage. There is a real market for tourists with disabilities. And believe me, Mr. Speaker, they have money. They have money. No, not me. I said tourist. No. There's a market that is worth billions annually. And it is high time that we started thinking of expanding our market to tap into this very lucrative market. Accessibility is crucial to our tourism-dependent nation. Many destinations fail to capitalize on this potential due to lack of accessibility. And this lack of access costs destinations like ours millions. I plan to work closely with the Minister of Tourism and Infrastructure to ensure that St. Lucia is a competitive and attractive destination for disabled tourists, particularly regarding our major attractions. Think about it, Mr. Speaker. Let's think about the Sulphur Spring. For example, our history boasts of the therapeutic benefits of the Sulphur Springs. All of us know, for one reason or the other, we go to the Sulphur Spring for a bath. Se moun akado sou ni problem un chagrin, ay pou an ben souf. Ou kwa yo ma ou, ay pou an ben souf. Tout problem moun ni. Raison yo kado sa sou malade, ay pou an ben souf. Yo di sou ni go pwel ou sa ay pou an ben souf. But we know of the therapeutic benefits of the sulfur spring. And we all hold various beliefs about the healing properties. But there's no reason why, Mr. Speaker, that someone in a wheelchair or with mobility impairments shouldn't be able to experience it. There's no reason why. And in the near future, I encourage the Minister of Tourism and maybe the Soufrière Regional Development Foundation to consider installing ramps or convenient lifting device at the sulfur spring so people with physical impairments can enjoy this refreshing bath in the world's only driving volcano. This will undoubtedly, I say to the member for Soufrière, this will undoubtedly, enhance its appeal and boost the tourism revenue. So, encourager ces moun SRDF là, pour mettre un ramp là, well, ça bon, because si vous mettez ça là, quand nous savons, au caville là au puits, au caville là SRDF là puits, et puis ça va faire, et quand ça bail moun qui ni disabilité, opportunité pour ça venir en soufflant. Yo quand ça venir en soufflant contre tout l'autre monde. Yo quand ça venir dépenser l'argent yo en soufflant. Et yo quand venir ça souffle ka bail, ça souffle ka fait. Et là une opportunité ba ou que je souffrir pour ça fait plus l'argent, sous ça fait souffle de manière la plus monde ça access. Mr. Speaker, we have to focus on training and employment. One of the key pillars of this vision is training and employment. We have to invest in programs that equip individuals with disabilities with the skills and knowledge they need to secure fulfilling careers. These include supporting vocational training programs that cater to the diverse disabilities, providing targeted skills development, partnering with businesses, and that's very important, partnering with businesses to promote inclusive hiring practices and offer necessary workplace accommodations. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation, and that's why I say it has to be, I look forward to the National Disability Policy, because one of the reasons, one of the hindrances, one of the deterrents why a lot of business entities do not hire persons with disabilities because they do not have the necessary infrastructure to accommodate these individuals. But if we have a situation where we enact building codes to ensure that all buildings are accessible, what it does, it gives persons with a disability a greater chance, and then employers are more likely now to employ persons with disabilities since their buildings would become accessible. We have to enact fair and effective minimum quota legislation that encourages businesses to hire qualified individuals with disabilities. And we also have to empower free education. Education is the cornerstone of opportunity, and we have to ensure that our education system is fully accessible and inclusive. And this includes investing in accessible learning technologies such as screen readers and assistive software, providing specialized training for educators to support students with diverse needs, and offering university scholarships specifically for outstanding students with disabilities, fostering their academic excellence. We also, Mr. Speaker, have to celebrate the achievements and expand the support system. People with disabilities possess incredible talent and resilience. And we have to celebrate their achievements through special events like the Special Olympics, Mr. Speaker, and the Paralympics, showcasing their athleticism and their determination. Furthermore, we recognize the need for ongoing support. Providing financial relief to alleviate the financial burden of disability, ensuring basic needs are met. And I know that through the public assistance program that there's a component that deals with disability. And Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that I'm due to have a conversation with the consultant very soon, and I'm hoping that part of the things that they captured is a review of the amount that is paid to persons with disability, because disability goes beyond just the individual. It affects family members, Mr. Speaker. And we have instances where, because we do not have the appropriate accommodation for persons with disabilities, parents are forced to stay home to provide and to care and nurture for their children with disabilities. So now it's not just a child with a disability. A parent is unable to go to work, A parent has to stay home, and sometimes these disabilities are so unique that only the parents can provide the type of care that the child or that the person with this disability may require. And we need, I know that this is something that we do. I think up to last week, the Minister of Health would have ensured that we facilitate duty-free concession for persons with disabilities. And we have to reduce the costs associated with essential equipment and assistive technologies. To ensure effective support reaches those who need it most, we are committed to working with established agencies and we need to work to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we have an established national disability registry. I think that is something that is lacking and we have to work on. And what this will do, it will provide us with the data that we require to tailor our programs and services more effectively. We need to also provide government subventions, or I should say a little more, Mr. Speaker, to the disability organizations. These organizations are critical partners, playing a vital role in advocacy and support services for persons with disabilities. And I want to commend the Prime Minister because I know that he has increased the subvention to most of these agencies. Most agencies saw an increase in their subvention from the time that we assumed office. But there is still room for us to do a little more, Mr. Speaker. By investing in training, education, and support programs, we can unlock the immense potential of our fellow citizens with disabilities. This is not just a moral imperative. It's a smart investment in our nation's future. Together, we can build a society where everyone can participate, contribute, and reach their full potential. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot more that I can say on the matter of persons with disabilities, but I know soon you will tell me that time is against me, so I will leave the rest for when I engage with the technocrats and the various stakeholders. What I must say, however, is that together we can build a more inclusive and prosperous St. Lucia for all. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the critical issue of crime and my role in the Ministry of Crime Prevention. There is no denying, Mr. Speaker, there is no denying the worrying rise in gun violence in St. Lucia. The brazenness of these murders is deeply concerning. Citizen security and well-being are at stake, and we must act swiftly to restore some semblance of peace and comfort. We cannot afford to wait. We all, and I mean everyone, including myself, Mr. Speaker, I don't exclude myself, we must develop a zero-tolerance approach towards crime. But before I delve further into the crime situation, I must address the opposition's disgraceful, distasteful, and frankly embarrassing approach to crime. Their sole focus, Mr. Speaker, seems to be the Prime Minister's resignation. During the administration, despite rising homicides, I don't recall calls for the then Prime Minister's resignation. While they criticize, we welcome stakeholder meetings. The Prime Minister, in his deliberation on Tuesday, was right when he emphasized the distinction between enforcement, that is the police responsibility, and the broader interventions, which is civil society collaboration. And you can see, Mr. Speaker, the stark contrast between the two administrations. And this stark contrast speaks volumes. Recently, I heard the opposition about a week ago advocating for stakeholder meetings on crime, and I applaud them for that. But what I must say is when these calls are made, we must ensure that we make them with the utmost sincerity and not just to try to appear or purport to be something that we're not. The Prime Minister that I know is always open to ideas. In fact, I have been receiving suggestions and proposals from various individuals, both locally and abroad. And once this budget wraps up, Mr. Speaker, my primary focus will be twofold: launching initiatives to combat the current crime surge and engaging stakeholders in crafting a comprehensive national crime policy. Honesty is paramount. We must acknowledge the roots of this problem. We did not reach this point overnight, nor will the solutions appear by sunrise. And we cannot appear to be disillusional and try to mama guide people and make them believe that the answer is somewhere in a drawer that you go and open and you just pull it out. That's not how it works, Mr. Speaker. Decades, we are where we are because of decades of neglecting smaller issues, which has metastasized into the crisis we now face. Blame transcends any administration. Responsibility lies in all who govern during this period. Mr. Speaker, crime's complexity demands a comprehensive, all-encompassing approach. We need to delve deeper into the phenomenon of murder in St. Lucia, understanding the motivations behind these acts. We have to spend some time to understand why people do what they do. The age range and the backgrounds of those offenders deserve the utmost scrutiny. Only by understanding the why can we formulate evidence-based policies to address their needs. The burden of crime falls on everyone. When we think of a crime in St. Lucia, murder often dominates the conversation. However, we must address all facets of crime. Petty crimes cannot be ignored, for this very attitude of neglect has fueled the current situation. Many who resort to gun violence did not start there. A history of unaddressed minor offenses emboldened them, and we can no longer adopt the bystander mentality of "that's not my business, let them deal with it, I good at my home, I have a wall around my home." We can no longer, Mr. Speaker. Bullets have no name, and I know that the member for Vieux-Fort North, sorry, he remember that saying last night, because last night we attended a town hall meeting with CAFA, facilitated by the Ministry of Health, and we listened firsthand, Mr. Speaker, to the young men and the young women of this country. And we listened to them and their experiences and their stories and the negative impact that crime has on them. And how can you not feel emotional when a child tells you, Mr. Speaker, that they are forced to stay in class, notwithstanding that they're hearing gunshots on the outside, not knowing where these gunshots are coming from or who is going to hit? How can you not get emotional? How can we play politics with this type of situations? How can we be insensitive to these type of situations? Everyone is affected. Doctors, healthcare professionals, fire service, overburdened police, the teachers, students, the entire economy suffers. Mr. Speaker, je voulais dire that crime c'est une situation qui est complexe. Et puis ici une situation qui a besoin nous servir tout ça nous ni pour nous adresser problème crime ça là. Nous ni pour garder ces moun qui a fait ces crimes ça là. Côté ces moun ça qui a sorti. Qui qualité caillou qui a été dedans. Qui l'âge ces moun ça là. Est-ce que non mais c'est femmes. Et puis là nous comprendre ces bagages ça là, là nous ni toute information ça là. Nous cadrer de la position pour nous ça mettre bagages de place pour try mener situation crime ça là en règle. Là nous comprendre pour qui ça moun ka faire ça yo ka faire. Parce que là ni en raison. Là ni en raison. Et puis nous rappelle à la jeunesse nous. Mais nous still ni un chay pli. Et puis là ni pli moun cette ici qui ni bon tiers yo passer là ni moun qui ni mauvaise ti. Et puis parce que avec ces convictions ça là moi ni qui ni moi ici à Rodia qui ni moi ka parler about situation crime ça là. Crime qui a affecté tout le monde. Et puis là nous parler about crime cette ici majorité c'est là moun ka là nous parler about crime cette ici that nous just ka parler about ça crime murder et bien là moun mort. Mais crime qui aller plus loin passer ça. et puis nous ni pour adresser ça nous ka créer ces petits crimes là. Ces petits bagages là nous ni moun ka passer et pire.
Member, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ces petits bagages ça là, les nous quitter yo et puis nous pas adresser yo ka tourner un gros bagage. C'est ces petits bagages ça là nous ni pour adresser pour les dates. Nous pas un corner de situation ça là pour nous ni pour adresser ces gros bagages là. Mr. Speaker, I take crime prevention very seriously, and this government has been actively fighting crime since taking office. We have strengthened legislation and enforcement. We have reviewed and strengthened legislation like the Firearms Act. However, effective policy requires proper enforcement. It is this happening, Mr. Speaker, to see repeat offenders back on the streets shortly after arrest. This weakens deterrence and demotivates the police. And I say, Mr. Speaker, that we need a more efficient criminal justice system. Only this morning I read an article where 3 individuals, I think came out just after 11 this morning, Mr. Speaker. 3 individuals again got bail for firearm-related offenses, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have police officers who put their life on the line every day. They go out there, we hear the situations. And I'm not saying that somebody should not be given bail, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm saying. But Mr. Speaker, it is heartbreaking to see. C'est un quoi chep pour that ou arrêter moun et puis pas même ni 2 jours pour arrêter moun ça là et quoi arrêter yo pour un fusil ou arrêter yo jeune et puis un fusil et puis 2 jours après yo a vié à sous chemin yo a vié à sous la yo a fait plus bagaille toujours ou ka demander si ou met coordination sous les polices mais quoi situation police ou ka quitter femme derrière. Oui, vous avez pour faire travail. Mais là, vous avez fait primaire ou puis tout ça, vous fait, vous avez fait. Et puis là, après vous faites tout ça, vous avez c'est mon pas même ni 2 jours, mais 3 jours, vous avez dehors. Et puis là, les gens qui ont dehors, et puis vous avez fait, vous avez tchébé, et puis physique, vous avez dehors encore. Et puis vous avez dit, est-ce système justice là? Est-ce qu'il y a travail, manière supposé travail? So for that, Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to strengthen the criminal justice system. The Prime Minister outlined police support initiatives on page 45 of his presentation. I heard the upgrading of police facilities, $2.7 million, and that is crucial in order to create a comfortable working environment. Equipping the police is vital given the escalation in gun violence, and we saw the recent purchase of firearms and ammunition, which is supposed to enhance their capabilities. Additionally, the police receive furniture, they receive equipment, they receive cameras, $5 million worth of vehicles. And as I say vehicles, Mr. Speaker, some claims that these are replacements, not additions. But I say regardless, Mr. Speaker, regardless if it is replacement, this government has provided more resources to the police than any previous administration. But notably, Mr. Speaker, under the last administration, there were very little to no complaints from the people who were supposed to be the voice of the police, notably. Major repairs for police stations are on the way, including the construction of the Northern Division headquarters. Additionally, a building on the Upper Bridge Street is being retrofitted, and it will have 9 holding cells. We see forensic enhancements, forensic lab, including the recent acquisition of a ballistic comparison microscope. We see justice system investment. Only last week, Mr. Speaker, I think we were just outside this building where we witnessed the sorting ceremony for the new halls of justice, and this signifies commitment to a swift justice project. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we saw the reinstatement of police training vote, which demonstrates our ongoing support. Additionally, improvements are underway for the bodily correction facilities, and these initiatives combined will significantly impact crime reduction. And we need a well-oiled crime-fighting machine where all parts function harmoniously. Like a car, a faulty gearbox hinders performance. Effective implementation of these measures will greatly assist in our fight against crime. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. We have only focused on measures to deal with crime and criminality after it has happened. How do we deal with it after it has happened? But a national crime prevention policy must be holistic in nature and must prioritize preventative measures. Data-driven approach. In order to be effective, we need empirical data on the crime situation. We need to collate, and I know that some research have been done, we need to collate all existing data and conduct further studies to identify the areas most in need of addressing. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the importance of social programs in the fight against crime. Programs like Our Boys Matter. These are essential as they provide critical support for youth at risk of dropping out of school, and I think over 100 boys will beneficiaries from that program. There is a need to increase opportunities for economic empowerment, especially for young people, and that is why we set up a youth economy agency, and we've seen close to 600 recipients benefiting from this program. And this demonstrates, what this does, it demonstrates the effectiveness of this approach. But we have to continue expanding training opportunities and fostering partnerships with private sector to create a thriving youth economy. In our attempts, we have to also ensure that education and upskilling happens. And in our attempts to provide more educational opportunities, I know that the Ministry of Education has embarked on TVET program. And this is crucial in providing marketable skills and reducing vulnerability to crime. What this program does, Mr. Speaker, it allows for opportunities beyond academia. And it would seek to address some of the insecurities and some of the feelings of inferiority faced by citizens who are not employable due to their lack of skills, values, and attitudes. Mr. Speaker, I've said all that to say that we are aware of the complex nature of crime, and we are happy to embrace a holistic approach. We have been using a multifaceted approach to deal with this crime phenomena, and I don't think that we should try to reinvent the wheel, but rather we should acknowledge that effective crime prevention and reduction requires multiple stakeholders working at the macro, meso, and micro levels. The National Crime Prevention Policy should take into account the substantive roles that some agencies and organizations already play in this effort. Therefore, while the government will provide leadership through advancing new initiatives and enhancing existing interventions by ministries, departments, and agencies, we will also work collaboratively with non-governmental organizations, the private sector, labor, and I say labor, that is why I brought the issue of the minimum wage reform, Mr. Speaker, and other critical stakeholders to enhance the scale and speed of delivery. The intention is to coordinate and collaborate with all relevant stakeholders, organizations, and individuals to ensure the effective delivery of a national plan. We can no longer afford to implement measures just for implementing measures' sake. We need to ensure that the programs, measure, and policy that we implement are smart. Mr. Speaker, there is also the need for accountability. The accountability has to be freeway, and I think something similar happens in Barbados, where the government will be accountable to its citizens for the implementation of agreed strategies for the prevention and reduction of crime. Second layer of accountability is where the implementing ministries, the agencies and organizations will be accountable to the government, clients and partners for transparent and effective implementation, and citizens will be asked to play an active role in preventing and reducing crime through their active engagement and providing feedback to the government. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is near, so to close off on the topic of crime today, I will say there needs to be focus on prevention, rehabilitation, and enforcement. And just last evening, I attended the town hall meeting facilitated by CAFA with the Minister of Health, and I heard firsthand from the young people of this country, and they highlighted several key areas for expansion, and we are going to give serious consideration to these areas. Diversification of the education curriculum, after-school enrichment activities, greater parental involvement, strengthening family and community institutions, addressing poverty and wealth disparity, creating safe spaces. And it's not that we are not doing most of these things already, Mr. Speaker, but it speaks to the need to expand on some of what it is that we are already doing. We are aware of the challenges, particularly of the porous borders and the illegal firearms. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that we should, although people may think otherwise, I think that we should pursue a firearm amnesty program, but not one where we buy back firearms. I don't support one where we buy back firearms, but one where you bring back your firearms because you know that is the right thing to do. If you have an illegal firearm, you bring it in and you will not be charged. And we'll be intensifying police efforts to bring illegal firearm holders to justice, so you will not say that you did not get an opportunity to turn it in. The police have our full support. As long as they operate within the law, the police have our full support. And I know that we will regain the public trust and work to make St. Lucia a safe place for everyone. A lot more will be said, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to crime in the coming weeks. But let me just take a moment to see how these government policies impact Miku North. First, Mr. Speaker.
You have 5 minutes left.
Is that sufficient time, Mr. Speaker? First, Mr. Speaker, the Miku jetty repairs on page 33. I'm thrilled to report that this work is nearing completion and the refurbished washrooms will open next month for our valued fishermen. Several constituents, Mr. Speaker, have benefited from the MSME loan and youth MSME loans grant facility and also from the youth economy grants. And this is a fantastic support. This is fantastic support for our local businesses and young entrepreneurs. Speaking of infrastructure, although I don't see the member with responsibility for infrastructure here, I anticipate that Miku North will be a significant beneficiary this year as it relates to roads. The diaspora investment bill, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister mentioned is something that I eagerly await because I have quite a few constituents who are living in the diaspora and they are ready to invest in their homeland. Mr. Speaker, the cemetery in Monrepo, the works are progressing there beautifully, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to the start of the works at the Wen playing field. I know that this will be happening very soon. Immediately after the Cricket World Cup, we should see some physical activity happening on the ground at the Wen playing field. So, Mr. Speaker, those people who said that they would not see the jetty, I can tell them that the jetty is there and the jetty has happened at a rate lightning rapidity, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend the contractors for the work that they've done, and notwithstanding the pace at which it's done, I can tell you that this jetty, Mr. Speaker, is more solid than that of Savans and Pralin put together. That is the quality of the jetty that the fishermen in Miku are going to receive. Mr. Speaker, the Patience Early Childhood Center. Works are ongoing on the Patience Early Childhood Center. And I know that I'm hoping that when when September comes, that we can see children being enrolled at the Patience Early Childhood Development Center. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to commend the Prime Minister for prioritizing people-centric policies. I thank the fantastic people of Miku North for their continued support, and I promise them that this year will be truly exciting for our constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Soufrière, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister and Member for Fisheries, other colleagues of this Honorable House, my constituents of Soufrière, Jacques, fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you today in the name of the Almighty. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely pleased to rise in support of the Appropriation Bill 2024-2025 as presented by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, during March 26th and 28th, we gathered here in the House of Assembly in keeping with the requirements of the Public Finance Act. The Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance presented the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the current fiscal year 2024-25, which totaled EC $1.89 billion. Honorable members debated and sanctioned the estimates. Mr. Speaker, during this debate, I took quite a bit of time, almost half an hour, to address the needs of my constituents. So today, I will spend a lot more time focusing on what's happening in my ministry. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 23rd April, we were back in this August chamber, this time to receive the throne speech from our Governor General under the theme, Enhancing Our Infrastructure. And later that day, the Honorable Prime Minister presented the 2024-2025 budget address under the theme, Building Our Infrastructure for a Resilient Economy. Mr. Speaker, in presenting this budget, the Honorable Prime Minister took time to remind St. Lucians of the performance of his government over the past 2.5 years. Secondly, he provided a statement on the health of the St. Lucia economy. And thirdly, he outlined the policies that will underpin the projections contained in the 2024-2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, over the next 2 days, we, the members of this Honorable House, are expected to speak and elaborate on the policies that impact our respective portfolios. In short, we need to put flesh on the bones and bring the various programs and policies to life. But Mr. Speaker, with your permission, before I delve in the work of my ministry and its allied agencies and their role in putting together the building blocks for a resilient economy, I would like to pause for a moment and reflect on what has brought us to this juncture in our history. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this introspection is important because if we do not know where we come from, we will not know where we are going. And if we do not appreciate what caused us to be where we were in 2021 and where we are now, then we will repeat some actions that we ought not to repeat. So, Mr. Speaker, I will use my background as an auditor and do a very short audit and perform a comparison of the two administrations. Mr. Speaker, between 2016 to 2021, the United Workers' Party administration, led by the leader of the opposition and member for Miku South, had the following scorecard, and I'll read some of it, not all. 1, they spent some $180 million on St. Jude's Hospital, and at the end of the day had 2 unfinished structures. During that process, demolished 2 new buildings and damaged most of the existing infrastructure that was already installed. The new structure, which they constructed, does not have a proper roof, resulting in significant water infiltration in the building. Moreover, the entire ground floor is missing from the structure. 2, they spent some $112 million on horses and a horse racing track in Beaufort, resulting in the displacement of several Beaufort cattle farmers and the decommissioning of an abattoir. 3, they increased the rent expenses of government from some $31 million per year to some $70 million, Mr. Speaker. In the process, renting some 5 offices from a close relative of the member for Miku South. 4, they spent some $11 million for incinerators that has not worked. 5, they entered into a contractual arrangement with Health City Cayman for approximately $1 million per month for transitioning from Victoria Hospital to the OKEU, causing this government to settle a debt of some $25 million. 6, they sold the Dye Mall for $13.5 million when it was valued at some $60 million, and then turn around and list part of the space for approximately $1 million per month. They entered into a contractual arrangement with Ernst & Young to prepare the estimates of revenue and expenditure, a task performed by civil servants from time immemorial. This resulted in millions being paid to the accounting firm. 8, they entered into a contractual arrangement with Lockerbie for maintenance of the playing fields, resulting in an expenditure of some $32 million. And Mr. Speaker, the list of egregious acts continues. Then, Mr. Speaker, you juxtapose this with the performance of this government after 2.5 years in office. Our record card shows, Mr. Speaker, a government focused on putting the people first, as evidenced by some of the following achievements outlined by the Honorable Prime Minister in his presentation on Tuesday. And I will outline some of them here, Mr. Speaker. The government distributed some 11,700 laptops to our students, ensuring equal access to education. 2, paid teachers an additional $600 as material allowance to assist with knowledge sharing. 3, paid outstanding back pay to civil servants. 4, paid some 3,000 government pensioners a one-time payment of $600. 5, paid some 5,000 persons $1,500 as part of COVID relief. 6, removed a 6% service charge on price control goods, all in an effort to contain price increases. 7, provided subsidy on the 20-pound and 22-pound gas cylinders, resulting in a subsidy of over $8.1 million last year, a continuing effort to combat inflation. 8, provided subsidy of some $11.5 million last year on flour alone, just to keep the price of bread at an affordable level for single mothers to feed their children. 9, removed a 10% withholding tax on small contracts of $10,000 or less. 10, commenced construction of the St. Jude's Hospital. 11, refocus on implementation of UHC in earnest with the introduction of incremental services under the program. Pregnant mothers and seniors over 80 can access medical services free of charge, while persons with hypertension and diabetes can get their medication free of charge. 12, reintroduce the distress fund with $1 million assigned to provide support to persons in distress. 13, remove VAT on selected building materials, providing much needed relief to persons who need to repair or construct their homes, and at the same time spurring economic activities. 14, commence construction of custody suites, which was unceremoniously demolished by the last administration. 15, introduce the Youth Economy Agency to provide our youth with a helping hand to start their own business, thus providing the ecosystem for our next set of entrepreneurs to emerge and flourish. 16, introduce the MSME program, where for the first time our micro and small businesses receive support in the form of grant, loan, and technical support, again establishing the ecosystem, the foundation for small businesses to progress and strive. So, Mr. Speaker, the evidence speaks for itself. It speaks to the last administration led by the leader of the opposition and member for Miku South as one who just did not know how to manage and guide this economy. This evidence showed gross mismanagement and wastage. Then, Mr. Speaker, you examine the records of this government, led by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Fisheries East, and you see capable, prudent, humble, people-centered, forward-thinking, servant leadership. Believing in the ability of St. Lucians, those at home as well as those overseas, to bring the country forward. working together for the benefit of all St. Lucians. And this budget showing how, with proper planning, all organs of government working in tandem to lay the strong foundation, one brick at a time, for a resilient economy. Mr. Speaker, this approach has resulted in 3 consecutive years of growth and an unemployment rate of 14% and declining. Steady progress in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister also listed several capital projects that has commenced and some to commence this fiscal year. Among them, several hotels, housing and community projects. And some of these projects are linked to our CIP program. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why our CIP program is so necessary at this time. That is why we should not tamper with it at this time. It forms part of the foundation that we are laying down now. And therefore, we ought to do all in our power to ensure that it delivers what we need at this time. Mr. Speaker, we are comforted that the due diligence regime applied is robust and complies with the various standards set by our development partners. So I urge the leader of the opposition and member for Miku South to have some contrition, mindful of the mess that his administration left us in, to refrain from creating mischief, but instead be a statesman and put the people of St. Lucia first. Mr. Speaker, our country, our people need this growth trajectory now. Let us work together to ensure continued progress. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me focus on the priority areas for 2024 as it relates to the work of the Ministry of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs. The policy framework and basis or justification for the spending we are about to undertake. As was presented by the Honorable Prime Minister, there is indeed something for everyone in this budget. And this no doubt includes our business community and consumers. I believe the extension of the waiver of penalties and fines administered by the Inland Revenue Department would be welcomed by many. Also, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary for me to again mention that this budget has no new taxes. We've seen support to preschool operators, increase to all pensioners, NIC pensioners as well as government pensioners, 100% back mortgages for civil servants, continuation of COVID relief payments, the introduction of a minimum wage. All of it is saying that you have a Prime Minister that is mindful of the needs of the people of this country. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, the anticipated nominal increase in GDP of 2.2%, as well as the associated increase in total government expenditure of 1.89 billion on various line items, including goods and services, public sector construction projects and initiatives, aim at strengthening the business environment, are all expected to provide growth and wealth creating opportunities for the private sector. In particular, Mr. Speaker, this projected increase in government outlay in the domestic economy, together with the packaging of incentives and other enabling and facilitating measures provided by the Ministry of Commerce, will continue to support the recovery and expansion in the manufacturing sector, which recorded double-digit growth of 11.9%, and an increased share of GDP in 2023. So, Mr. Speaker, as we set out in this new financial year to implement our approved program of works, for which a total amount of 17.2 million has been allocated, we will once again focus our efforts and attention on a number of overarching and cross-cutting thematic priority areas as to achieve maximum results. These thematic areas have been carefully selected to support the growth and development of our private sector in a manner that is complementary and holistic, while simultaneously ensuring the well-being of consumers. And they include 1, entrepreneurial development, 2, resilient building, 3, business facilitation, 4, consumer welfare, and 5, legislative and regulatory reform, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for enterprise development, I now present 10 initiatives under this thematic pillar, namely the MSME Loan Grant Facility, digital transformation, the Taiwan St. Lucia Trade Show, value-added agro-products, Export St. Lucia packaging product, the Bureau of Standards Packaging and Labeling Project, Community Business Revitalization Project, the SBDCA, Women Economic Empowerment, and Business Incubator. All 10 falls under the first thematic initiative of entrepreneurial development. Mr. Speaker, our MSME loan program is the flagship program for our ministry. In particular, I wish to draw your attention and provide the latest updates regarding the second call for application under that facility. And the second call commenced, Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of April and ends on the 30th of April. And it is with great enthusiasm that I report that significant interest shown by both existing entrepreneurs and new businesses in availing themselves of the opportunity to expand their businesses. Mr. Speaker, I'm heartened by the remarkable influx of informal businesses, by the remarkable being formalized by a registration of either the business name or being incorporated. And I will share the figures with you, Mr. Speaker. For 2022-2023, the number of SEDU clients we had was 1,430. At the end of 2023-24, we now have 2,616, an increase of 1,186 and 83% increase, Mr. Speaker. For businesses formalized, last year we had 1,287. And at the ending of this year, we have 2,354, an increase of 1,067, again an 83% increase, Mr. Speaker. And that is since the introduction of the MSME loan program. Mr. Speaker, further building on the lessons learned from the phase 1 of the program, the ministry has implemented several improvements to its processes, aiming for a more efficient and expeditious journey from the point of submission of application to disbursements of funds. The ministry has conducted a series of information sessions and business planning workshops designed to equip potential applicants with the necessary knowledge to craft better quality applications, develop effective business plans, and compile the required supporting documents. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to announce that these sessions have received an overwhelming response, indicating a strong demand and interest among our small businesses. My ministry has taken additional steps in this direction by seeking assistance from the OAS to support applicants in reviewing their business plans. Through this program, Mr. Speaker, 100 small businesses will have the opportunity to have their business plans reviewed by OAS-appointed consultants and receive assistance in enhancing and completing them. Additionally, within our own ministry, through our Small Business Development Center, we will continue to provide support to the small businesses. Mr. Speaker, as is often the case with financial programs, we have witnessed instances of unethical behavior wherein individuals have attempted to abuse and defraud the program. We want to emphasize that the ministry maintains a zero tolerance in such cases. Anyone caught attempting to misuse the funds for unauthorized purposes will have their approval revoked and the funds will have to be returned. We earnestly urge all approved recipients of the loan program, the MSME loan facility, to utilize the funds strictly in accordance with the approved purposes outlined in their submission. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we have recognized that programs provide financial assistance without accompanying technical support may not yield optimal results. Therefore, the ministry is pleased to announce that in the coming months it is going to launch the training and technical support component of the facility. Mr. Speaker, still on the MSME loan program, I'm pleased to report the Cabinet of Ministers approved a 100% waiver of custom duties on fixtures and fittings, as well as renewable energy and energy efficient equipment devices and fittings. So far, Mr. Speaker, 143 applicants have already received incentives, totaling some $240,190.62. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet of Ministers has also extended this incentive program by an additional year ending March 2025. Based on current projections, these incentive programs is expected to save small businesses approximately $1.1 million in import duties by the end of this program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our pre-hour program, we have engaged some of the beneficiaries of the program. And one of the beneficiaries in response said that when he received his benefit, it was Christmas in May. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we at the ministry said that with 70% grant and 30% loan at an interest rate of 3%, it is Christmas year-round for our small businesses, Mr. Speaker. It's Christmas year-round. The second beneficiary said, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The person who thought of that, of helping small businesses, that person is brilliant." Yes, Mr. Speaker, and he's correct. The brilliant person, the brilliant mind is the member for Fisheries East, our Minister for Finance, Mr. Speaker. And let us show our appreciation again. Mr. Speaker, it is showing all the time that the Minister for Finance and our member for Fisheries East continue to put the people of St. Lucia first. Mr. Speaker, again, digital transformation. This is important as digital transformation, which has been driven by rapid advances in digital technology, in conjunction with development in information and communication technology, is with us and it is here to stay. So today, these technologies have radically altered the way production is organized and trade conducted within and among countries. In this new reality, Mr. Speaker, the digitization of information is such that e-commerce, or the online purchase of goods and services in virtual markets and stores using electronic payment systems, have now become the norm for conducting business worldwide. As a result, developing countries like St. Lucia find themselves playing catch-up to the developed world and must adopt these technologies urgently. Mr. Speaker, in our attempt to bridge this digital divide, I am pleased that we have the Digital Enhancement Program to help us to prepare our people to adjust to this reality. This project is a pilot project jointly funded by the OAS and the government of St. Lucia to the tune of US $150,000. The deliverables, Mr. Speaker, are the following. 1, supporting the development of e-commerce platforms in St. Lucia. And under this objective, Mr. Speaker, we are working with 4 locally developed e-commerce platforms, namely Get It Apps, Penny Pinch, Shopfront, and 758 Transit. 3 of these are at advanced stage of development and have been rolled out to the general public. The second deliverable, Mr. Speaker, is the introduction of point-of-sale systems to our MSMEs. We have partnered with Bank of St. Lucia and have provided 50 point-of-sale machines with an initial 1-year paid subscription. My team is further working to extend this assistance to an additional 50 MSMEs and are further focused on synergizing this outlay with other government programs. The third deliverable, Mr. Speaker, is to have at least 150 MSMEs on board and fully utilizing the available platforms. In the new year, Mr. Speaker, my team will be focusing on this deliverable as part of St. Lucia's ongoing efforts towards mainstreaming digitization and technology. Mr. Speaker, the Taiwan St. Lucia Trade Show. I believe by now that every St. Lucian would have come to appreciate the excellent work being done by our Taiwanese partners here in St. Lucia, with so many projects and initiatives being undertaken across multiple disciplines. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia is continuing its efforts to strengthen ties with the government and people of Taiwan through enhancement of bilateral trade and development cooperation. The St. Lucia Partnership Trade Show this November will see its 17th edition, Mr. Speaker. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Commerce recently embarked on a trade mission to Taiwan as part of our efforts to explore further opportunities for collaboration, technological advancement, and enhancement of trade with Taiwan. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to advise of some of our initial successes, including the opportunity to access new equipment that can help revolutionize our manufacturing and baking sector. In this regard, we are working with the various associations and individual enterprises to allow for the importation of these equipments, which would enhance their operation in terms of productivity and efficiency. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we are pursuing opportunities in the area of digital commerce and policy development, drawing from the expertise of our Taiwanese counterparts. Mr. Speaker, beyond the importation of machinery and technology from our colleagues in Taiwan, we also intend to mount an export mission again in Taiwan, wherein Export St. Lucia will participate in a global food expo scheduled to take place in Taipei in June of this year. This international event will provide an opportunity for St. Lucian products to be exhibited to individual buyers and companies from Asia and elsewhere. Item 4, Mr. Speaker, which is value-added agro-products, which is CMOS. Mr. Speaker, another area where we have experienced significant enterprise development is the area of CMOS production and processing. This development is especially welcome in the context of the decline of the banana industry and represents an increasing viable alternative for many in the rural sector, especially our women. In this regard, Export St. Lucia has been instrumental in creating an environment conducive to exporting value-added agricultural products and in securing effective market access, particularly in priority markets. This involves satisfying the regulatory requirements for market entry, especially in the United States, which has posed a challenge to many agro-processors. During this past fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, Export St. Lucia worked diligently to satisfy U.S. import requirements to ensure that exports to these priority markets continued uninterrupted. The government of St. Lucia provided assistance with packaging to the main CMOS production areas in Savans Bay and Poilé to ensure farmers met the basic requirements for food safety in production and post-harvest handling. Mr. Speaker, the agency aided the CMOS sector in complying with U.S. Food and Drug Administration stipulations through financial support via upgrades to flotation devices to encourage the removal and discourage the use of plastic bottles in our oceans. Post-harvest assistance continued with the provision of CMOS drying tables to farmers in Poilé and Opicon to enhance quality and food safety. 60 tables were provided to farmers in Pero, Kako, Vigé, and Opicon. Further, some 112 sheets of plywood were provided for the creation of new tables to numerous farmers in the Poilé area. Additionally, the government assisted the Poilé CMOS Farmers Cooperative Factory in meeting FDA food safety standards through refurbishment of the factory, which has helped to significantly improve traceability and meeting international standards. Beyond bolstering food safety and quality, Export St. Lucia opened new markets for CMOS and other valued CMOS products this past fiscal year. Building on connections made at Export Dubai, St. Lucia CMOS products, including powder, soaps, and gels, now have a presence in Dubai. And more recently, St. Lucia exported CMOS to New Zealand. And very soon, we are going to fulfill the first and test shipment of CMOS to Romania. Mr. Speaker, packaging products. Mr. Speaker, another initiative aimed at enhancing the packaging of products produced in and exported from St. Lucia has been undertaken by Export St. Lucia. Here I refer to the Packaging for Export project jointly funded by the government of St. Lucia and the International Trade Center at a cost of some $250,000. Under this project, Mr. Speaker, a total of 21 small businesses benefited from new higher quality packaging, fully funded for the first production batch. Not only did the project revamp the packaging for these companies, the support extended to the provision of free packaging to meet their packaging needs for up to 2 years thereafter. Mr. Speaker, the importance of packaging material for export was made very apparent to us during the last fiscal year as we faced procurement challenges with respect to sourcing boxes for our bananas. This situation was particularly acute in recent weeks and necessitated urgent and timely intervention on the part of this administration. Consequently, through Cabinet Conclusion 1049 of 2023, Export St. Lucia was authorized, albeit temporary, to import packaging material, which was particularly helpful in assisting our banana producers to obtain boxes to meet supply commitments and demand in the export market in the wake of recent shortages. This temporary intervention, Mr. Speaker, has provided much needed relief to our banana farmers, and you heard my colleague Minister for Agriculture also speaking on this very critical issue. Still on packaging, Mr. Speaker, but this time with the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. Another project initiative is what we call enterprise aspect of, is a project by the Bureau. This project, Mr. Speaker, provides training not only in the importance of proper packaging, but on what goes with packaging, which is the labeling in accordance with national, regional, and international standards or codes of practice. Mr. Speaker, although St. Lucia has duty-free and quota-free access for most of its exports to several high-value markets, such as the United States, Canada, and the UK, through our various trade agreements, we nonetheless still face several non-tariff barriers in the form of technical and administrative requirements to effectively access these markets. Chief among these, Mr. Speaker, are the packaging and labeling standards, which must be satisfied in order to enter these markets. However, labeling and packaging requirements are especially burdensome and complicated to implement for many of our small businesses. To assist in gaining compliance with the national labeling regulations, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards offer an assessment service accredited to ISO 17020, which examines the labels and provide a detailed report which identify label issues and the steps required to achieve conformity. Given these challenges, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that under a Caribbean Development Bank funded project to facilitate compliance with packaging and labeling requirements and standards, 200 small businesses have benefited from the training provided, and 50 of them are benefiting from enhanced packaging and labeling assistance at a cost of some EC $148,000. Item 7, Mr. Speaker, community business revitalization. This was launched in August 2023 out of a fruitful collaboration between the Ministry of Commerce and the Taiwan ICDF. The project is estimated to cost $1.1 million, and it seeks to breathe new life into small business sector within the communities of Soufrière, Labrie, Dennery South, and Castries. To date, the project has commenced in Fauché-Jacques Soufrière, which has seen the erection of informational signs, a facelift and refurbishment of the Fauché-Jacques Development Committee office, which is now being used as an interpretation center. The project is expanding to Labrie to offer similar support to MSMEs operating in the eco-tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, under item 8, our Small Business Development Center Youth Entrepreneur in Action. Our SBDC has been very instrumental in preparing our youth for the world of entrepreneurship. And the Small Business Development Center Youth Entrepreneurs in Action Program, what we call SBDCA, has facilitated partnership between 80 4th and 5th form students from diverse secondary schools across the island, and they bring them together with locally established enterprises during a 2-year project, Mr. Speaker. This year, the government of St. Lucia in his thrust towards creating an entrepreneurial culture among our youth, has allocated $139,640 into this project, and this will allow 100 students to benefit from this project. Mr. Speaker, let me inform you that this 6-week program, though minuscule in duration, has dual benefits. The small businesses get additional human resources and benefit from the input of these innovative minds, and the students acquire new skills. Let me hasten to say, Mr. Speaker, that this initiative does not duplicate the work of the Youth Economy Agency. In fact, it complements it. Item 9, Mr. Speaker, women economic empowerment. Mr. Speaker, the plight of women has always been of particular concern to me and my ministry. Thankfully, during my tenure as minister, we have managed to do quite a bit to help alleviate their circumstances in relation to the pursuit of the entrepreneurial objectives. Mr. Speaker, some of this work has been done in conjunction again with the OAS, which has partnered with the ministry to provide training in the digital economy to 3 trainers, Mr. Speaker. And to multiply the impact of this training, these trainers now have trained some 40 female entrepreneurs under the OAS WE program. Further, in an effort to provide our female participants with international exposure, 2 of our female entrepreneurs were selected to attend a 2-day conference in Washington, D.C. on the 13th and 14th of March 2024. This conference sought to partner these women with members of the diaspora who could potentially provide economic linkages and technical support for their businesses. This year, plans are currently underway to furnish our female business owners with continuous practical online training which is suitable for their business, so as to ensure they are better positioned to reap the benefit of digitization. Mr. Speaker, under our Business Incubator Initiative, my ministry has been pursuing for some time this particular project. However, I want to say that within our struggles, we are happy to report that the Invest in Lucia has partnered with us and has identified a factory shell to establish the incubator facility, as we are working with potential donors to make this project a reality. Mr. Speaker, I will speak a lot more on our business incubator at some other time. Mr. Speaker, our second thematic area is resilient building. My ministry is actively seeking and promoting projects that increase the resilience of the business community in various ways, such as through 1, climate smart technology or products based on renewable and clean energy, and 2, policies that reduce St. Lucia's dependence on external supply chain for its consumption through increased food and energy initiatives. So what are some of the projects that we're working on, Mr. Speaker? The main one for us is increased use of renewable energy for cooperative solarization project. Mr. Speaker, we commenced that project with our fisheries cooperatives during the financial year 2023-2024. And we will continue that project this year, where we are working with 4 cooperatives: Goodwill Fisher Cooperatives of Beaufort, Library Fishers and Consumers Cooperative Society, Castries Fishermen Cooperative Society, and Grozy Lake Cooperative Society. Mr. Speaker, still on the whole issue of resilience building. I want to speak a bit on the improvement of what you call the national quality improvement of our national infrastructure, which is some work being done by the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards. Mr. Speaker, our efforts to build our quality infrastructure continues through the work of the Bureau, which has a mission to strengthen the national quality infrastructure of St. Lucia. This mission involves supporting sustainable development, promoting health and safety of consumers, as well as protecting the environment while facilitating trade. Mr. Speaker, with the assistance of the Bureau, a critical step forward was taken towards building that infrastructure in November 2023, when the Inter-American Metrology System accepted our National Agriculture Diagnostic Facility in Union as a designated institute. Thus, through collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, the facility will provide effective conformity assessment mechanisms to provide local, regional, and international consumers access to safe agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, the diagnostic facility will participate in an inter-laboratory comparison for cocoa, which will cement the services to the agricultural sector as a national reference laboratory. This facility will assist the manufacturers and agro-processors with the testing of inputs and finished products to allow for improved agricultural practices, certification, and market access. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau, through its relationship with the British Standards Institute, is currently providing technical assistance to the material testing laboratory of the Ministry of Infrastructure, with the intention of achieving accreditation to ISO
Remember, you have 10 minutes left. You have 10 minutes left.
Thank you. 1725. This development, Mr. Speaker, is most timely and will ensure that we have the necessary technical capacity to make certain that the material to be used in the various construction projects is in keeping with our infrastructural thrust, will be appropriately tested to meet acceptable industry and international standards. Mr. Speaker, the Bureau in the area of metrology is also working with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force to ensure that they get the right training and that they are in a position to have proper measurements for traffic accidents. The Bureau is also working with the Ministry of Health to ensure that automated blood pressure meters are clinically validated as a prerequisite for verification. Mr. Speaker, the Bureau will continue working with our Consumer Affairs Department in ensuring the certainty of the measurement of price control and regulated products on our supermarket shelves. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak a bit on our Love St. Lucia campaign. It is a campaign that is critical towards the building of resilience within the St. Lucian economy. The campaign aims to enhance local production and in turn encourages domestic consumption of St. Lucia products and services. As part of this campaign, the Ministry of Commerce will continue to urge all concerned, including government departments, ministries, statutory corporations, to continue and to focus on purchasing local supplies, such as our teas, toiletries, cleaning supplies, soft furnishings, beddings, and furnitures. This is critical for our small businesses. I will move to our third thematic area, Mr. Speaker, and that is business facilitation. And our main area here is what we want to do is continue to install what we call our national single electronic window Mr. Speaker, the success of that project is critical for our small business, for our businesses, sorry. And we've been working on this for years now, but I want to inform the business community that we've just gotten some assistance from the World Trade Facilitation Agreement Facility, and they're going to assist us in ensuring that we get this together. Under business facilitation, Mr. Speaker, I also want to report that we are going to keep our word to the people of Beaufort and open an extension of the Ministry of Commerce in Beaufort, Mr. Speaker, and we're hoping to do so this financial year. Mr. Speaker, on the business process outsourcing, one area that we've noticed is that there is need to develop robust policies to guide the sector's development. And this year, we intend to work and partner with Invest St. Lucia to cause this to happen. Again, Mr. Speaker, on the business facilitation, I want to report to our vendors that we are working to we have prepared a proposal so that we can provide support to our vendors, Mr. Speaker. They are a very important part of what we do. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to speak a little on our national export strategy. And there we are working with Export St. Lucia to ensure that we have a national export strategy that is going to improve our growth and development of export, Mr. Speaker. Export St. Lucia is also working under that area. We have a pack house project, Mr. Speaker, under CDB, under the 11th EDF. And what that does, Mr. Speaker, is to develop online training in good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, and HACCP. That's critical, Mr. Speaker, if we are to increase our exports. Mr. Speaker, I also want to bring to your attention what is happening at our free zone. We have our free zone, Mr. Speaker, but we realize, although every unit at our free zone is occupied, we are still not happy with the full, we don't think we are reaching our full potential, Mr. Speaker. So one of the things we are going to do this year for our free zone is to get into solarization for our free zone to ensure that all institutions within that facility gets solar, reduce the cost, but also we are in the process of doing a 5-year strategic plan to look at the direction of our free zone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to touch a bit.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
I want to speak a bit on consumer welfare, Mr. Speaker, and I've already spoken about the relocation, not now at our last thing, the relocation of our warehouse. So I'll not speak on this anymore. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind our consumers of the subsidy that is provided by our governments. Let us take flour, for example, Mr. Speaker. In Dominica, 100 bags of flour, 100-pound bag of flour, $181.50. St. Vincent, $155. Grenada, $166. In St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, we purchase a bag of flour for $128, and we sell it to our bakers at $85, Mr. Speaker. $85. I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because most times we have to repeat. Dominique, on sac farine français, $181. Comment ça c'est? $181. La Grenade, c'est $166. À Saint-Vincent, $155. Et puis à Saint-Lucie, le gouvernement a vendu un sac farine France by Baker pour, was that? $85, $85. No, 95. Yeah. Yeah, 85 dollars. Pour chaque sac farine France Baker nous acheté. Parce que le gouvernement a acheté farine France là, 128 dollars. So chaque sac farine France Baker a acheté, le gouvernement a mis 43 dollars. C'est important, Mr. Speaker. Parce que plus nous disons que nous avons supporté, de là, nous ne pouvons pas comprendre. Qui est le gouvernement? Moi, je n'ai pas de gouvernement. Chaque fois que vous mangez un chopin, gouvernement, Japé, bagay ba. That is it, Mr. Speaker. That's it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again on the consumers, I just want to thank the National Consumers Association, Mr. Speaker. This year, we intend to work significantly and in collaboration. We have continued working with them for a robust PR campaign to reach all strata of our society. I want to thank the members of the NCA for working with us, and we intend to do a lot more. Mr. Speaker, I will not speak on the legislative agenda. We are going to come into this House next year with a competition policy. We are going to come in with the cooperative bill that was already before this floor. We are going to come before this House with trade, with a trade bill, Mr. Speaker, trade license bill. The one we have is very archaic and it needs revision. We have come before this House with the Regulatory Substance Authority bill, and I want to tell members that pretty soon we will be coming with the cannabis bill. And we are also going to come before this Honorable House with a real estate broker and agent bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all of this, I want to take this moment again to thank the staff, my permanent secretary, the staff of my ministry, my colleagues here, the CEO and directors and staff of our allied agencies. As a government, we will not be able to deliver without your support. I want to thank each one for that. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and colleagues here for the support provided. And I want to thank my constituent of Soufre Fosheja. My eternal gratitude to you for your support, patience, and prayers. I remain committed to serving you and to serving the business community and St. Lucia at large. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands suspended until 2:30 p.m.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 2:30 p.m. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Eh bien, merci encore, nous venons au bout de session, ça c'est le débat sur la présentation en BGA, qui en valait 1,89 billion dollars, avec été présenté par le Premier ministre honorable Philippe J. c'est lui qui aussi ministre des Finances, l'affaire l'économie jeunesse, avec aussi une responsabilité pour le développement économique. Avant nous peut-être discuter ça qui passe ici aujourd'hui, je me dis bienvenue pour Virgin Leontine, bienvenue Virgin.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, listeners, for staying with us during the first session of the debate on the Appropriations Bill, as Michael mentioned, in the amount of $1.89 million. And this House stands adjourned. I know in a bit you will just give a brief wrap-up, but just to say the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon.
Ok, vite nous ça dit c'est mon qui parlait bon matin, c'était enfin nous ça commencé et puis speaker l'ayant il fait un annoncement qui chef opposition pas il vient lettre et bien il vient information qui chef opposition pas venir et bien pas participer dans une discussion et bien débat pièce temps puisque quand il pas débat raison quand même mais il y a un dit qui comme chef face à l'opposition premier ministre c'est ça puisqu'il était ni l'autre affaire pour garder pour mais on est avec Joachim Henry qui même ça c'est qui même parlement pour sud-est Castries avec ministre qui est responsable pour les affaires sociales il commençait débat premier monde avec il était capable en chai à ce commitment lié avec le gouvernement pour ça fait social avec particulièrement pour aider les gens qui vulnérables, les gens qui désavantages avec bagaille comme ça. C'est avec en chai différents bagailles, nous avons plus de détails sur ça plus tard. Un deuxième monde qui parlait c'est honorable Alfred Prosper qui même parlement pour la soudainerie avec ses ministres qui est responsable des affaires agriculture, la forêt, la pêche et puis développement rural. Il aussi même parlé mais ça il parlait plus à ça c'était des affaires boîte situation boîte là ça c'est boîte Winera compagnie Winera qui a fait boîte il parlait un chai à ça situation ça là qu'a dit expliquer qui manière il peut faire panique avec le premier ministre aussi annoncé Diwan Bijia qui a assisté ces femmes bayo assistance c'est pas bayo tout ça yo perdu mais bayo assistance en ça pour ça yo perdu à la cause de situation ça là troisième monde qui fait présentation aujourd'hui à ce Bijia c'est honorable Jeremiah Norbert ça c'est même parlement pour notre Miku avec moi sérieux moi t'ai signé ou même livre qui m'a retrouvé puisque ou t'ai quoi moi assez
yeah I mean he was Mr. Norbert was very detailed when he spoke on his two ministries basically for he's the minister responsible for crime prevention and the minister with responsibility for persons with disabilities, and he was able to give a very detailed account, although he said he would be speaking more on the crime situation, but he did mention that one of his goals would be immediately to begin consultation with all the stakeholders to get to the root of the crime problem. He said the aim of all of this was to come up with a policy, a national policy on crime fighting. He said it is not a simple matter. The whole question of crime is very complex, and that he would be engaging everyone. He called also. He said he was open to discussions with the opposition, but he did say that it must be sincere. One of the things he said he is in support of some kind of gun amnesty. However, it shouldn't have to be a payment for it.
Oui, merci Virgile. Avec dernier monde qui parlait pour session avant le point déjeuner, c'était honorable Emery Hippolyte qui même parlement pour souffrir Fonds Saint-Jacques avec ministre qui est responsable des affaires commerce, développement business, industrie, affaires consumer et puis coopérative. Il même aussi parlé à ce ministre, il dit parler pièces à ce ça c'est Constituency puisqu'il a fait ça avant avec ça il dit ça qui c'est plus gros accomplissement en ministère c'est travail qu'a fait association qu'a créé MSME ça c'est petit business avec développement et qui aussi parler à ce manière numéro monde qui business qui enregistré ça a augmenté en pile puisqu'il y a 1000 business en plus parce que ça a été avant. Eh bien moi ça c'est le déjeuner avec nous dit merci un peu nous avons dévié ici à 2h30 États-Unis pour continuer à plus d'informations avec vous, mucho exactement qui manière qu'à passer en cas conseil pour débat sur budget Premier ministre pour l'année 2024 pour 2025. Nous avons débuté ici à 2h30.